We are live.
I'm not watching, but I don't have the phone.
Okay.
I'm just going to get the napkins for our next one, push the donuts over there for us. But yeah, we all good.
Okay.
She doesn't want to. Some friends that could be turned mute yourself.
Okay.
I'll be glad to. Yeah. Madam Moderator, it's 8 o'clock.
Already, I don't know how to act. It's day 3 of the 3rd day, my friends. I'm already at the end. So, welcome back. Thank you for joining us a little early today. Looks like we've got everybody here. I'm going to let Ralph do some housekeeping things, and then we are going to start with worship.
Good morning, friends. We're so glad to see you all. Just want to remind you that we have some weighted subjects today that a lot of us want to talk about and share. And we'll remind you that in hope of involving as many of you as possible in the discussion conversations regarding the topics we're going to be discussing. Once you have asked your question, I'm going to move those who are asking or talking for the first time. So if you have tried to get on multiple times, you may find that you're going to be going to the back of the queue to allow those to get ahead of you who have not yet spoken, so that we can all share in this discussion together. I appreciate your help and candor in this. Thank you. I believe we have received, or you all have received in GA from the leadership what happened yesterday in terms of there was a technological issue that arose within the system, and so that all work would not proceed without losing it, they decided to shut down the system, which is why we so abruptly said goodnight to all of you. However, it's been repaired, up and running, and things are going back to normal and going well. Does that about cover it?
I think so.
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
All right, we're going to begin with worship.
I will share my screen. One other housekeeping matter, you can do it after worship if you've centered yourself, is to correct your name so that you have first name, last name, your role here, and your presbytery. Thank you. Let me share my screen.
Good morning. If all hearts and minds are ready, for this day, let us pray. Yesterday in worship, we gave thanks to you, O God, for the work of your church, the ways in which the agencies and entities of the Presbyterian Church USA have joined you in your mission in the world. In the Unification Commission report, we rejoice to hear how leaders and staff are running to keep up with where your spirit is leading the church. Today, we give thanks to you for everyone involved in the work of GAEC, for the commissioners and delegates of the committee and the committee leaders, resource people, Overture advocates, and members of the public who will address the committee today. We pray, O God, that your intentions will be made known so that we might faithfully align the church to them. We pray that your spirit will lead the way in our deliberations, in all of our motion making and seconding and discussing and voting. May we fix our eyes firmly on the empty cross, living into the hope as a resurrected people. Amen.
Amen.
Knowing that we will hear a lot of words today, that we will read a lot of words, we're going to use this time in worship for some silent reflection. May you enjoy this time to reflect on God's presence in your life, the lives of your loved ones and friends, and of this General Assembly.
Reading from the letter of James, chapter 1, verses 1 through 6a. From James, a slave of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes who are scattered outside the land of Israel. Greetings, my brothers and sisters. Think of the various tests you encounter as occasions for joy. After all, you know that the testing of your faith produces endurance. Let this endurance complete its work, so that you may be fully mature, complete, and lacking in nothing. But anyone who needs wisdom should ask God, whose very nature is to give to everyone without a second thought, without keeping score. Wisdom will certainly be given to those who ask. Whoever asks shouldn't hesitate. They should ask in faith without doubting. This is the word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
Our worship will continue with an action in which you all get to participate. And so I'm going to invite you in a moment to turn off your cameras, and I will pose a question to you. If your answer to that question is yes, turn your camera back on. We'll take a moment and then turn our cameras back off and ask another question. You'll get the hang of it, I'm sure. I'm going to remove our spotlights so that you'll be able to see everyone. So I invite you now to turn off your video. It's one of those rare moments that we get to do this. Have you ever felt the prompting of the Spirit or God's leading you to do something? If yes, turn your camera back on. Take them back down. Do you know someone who has been blessed unexpectedly just when it was most needed? You could take your camera down. Has God ever answered your prayers? Remove your video again. Have you ever wondered where God was in a situation, or have you ever been angry with God? I want you to take your cameras back down. Have you ever asked God for clarity or direction and found it? Turn off your video. Have you or someone you know ever received a message that could only have come from God? And we have one more. I'll invite you to take this down. Are you ready to seek God's will today through the work of the GAEC? And although Jane Culp did not turn her video on, and if I were to scroll through, this exercise reveals to us the active presence of God in our lives in so many different ways. In times that are painful, in times that are joyous, God has been faithful. And it served the purpose of getting your fingers ready to start doing the work of the General Assembly Entity Coordination Committee. So we give thanks to God, knowing that God is trustworthy. God is loving. God is ready for the church to run and catch up. Let us live into hope. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you again, Rachel. That was wonderful. So our first item of business today is GAEC-24. But before we call on the Overture advocates, we're going to have a presentation about what a caucus is. And to that, we will hear from Denise Anderson. We heard from Denise yesterday in a different capacity, but today she's going to tell us what a caucus is. Thank you, Denise.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, me again. And today I am speaking as someone who previously served as acting director for racial equity and women's intercultural ministries in the Presbyterian Mission Agency. And that's the entity that relate in the PMA that relates to caucuses and councils serving communities of color. The current director is on leave. Now, I've shared with the committee resource manager the covenant of understanding regarding the role and relationship of caucuses and councils serving communities of color. And that covenant actually defines these roles and this relationship. The role of caucuses and councils serving communities of color in the PCUSA, and I am reading, is that they are support communities seeking to overcome inequalities, injustices, paternalism, and racism while vying for full partnership in the mission of the church. They assume the risk of challenging the church when it fails to heed to the voices of peoples once silenced, including the poor and oppressed. Caucuses and councils serving communities of color are self-determining fellowships ordinarily created not by official ecclesial action, but by their own constituencies to whom they are primarily accountable. And under the purpose of the covenant of understanding, it states that it is the desire of the caucuses and councils serving communities of color to partner with the PCUSA in its commitment to, and this is a quote from the Book of Order, guarantee full participation and representation in its worship, governance, and emerging life to all persons or groups within its membership. No member shall be denied participation or representation for any reason other than those stated in this Constitution. Now, there are three questions that might be key in your discernment here today. The first question is, does NCKPC demonstrate ability, does it demonstrate accountability to the constituency it wishes to represent as a caucus? That's the first question. The second question would be, does it demonstrate, and you can take down the document, Jane, I'm no longer reading from it, thank you. The second question would be, does it demonstrate a commitment to the full inclusion of all members of both its own constituency and the larger church? And the third question is, is the caucus configuration that we currently have missing the representation of the constituency that NCKPC hopes to represent, i.e. Korean and Korean American Presbyterians? Friends, I hope that this has been helpful in your discernment, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you. All right, moving on to GAEC 24. This is a recommendation from the Pacific Presbytery. They overture the 226th General Assembly to officially recognize the National Caucus of Korean Presbyterian Churches as one of the caucuses of the Presbyterian Church. We have 2 overture advocates. They will have 8 minutes total. We have Deborah Boucher-Payne, and Daniel Coe. The Zoom manager will share his script at his request, as English is not his first language. And so we can hear from them now. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Daniel Coe, and I'm a member of the Pacific Presbytery, which sponsors this overture. This presentation consists of 2 parts. The first part, appropriate representation and voice, will be delivered by Reverend Deborah Boucher-Payne. The second part, woman leadership issue in the Korean Church, addresses concerns raised by advisory committees recommending disapproval of the overture. Now, Reverend Deborah will present on the representation and voice of the Korean Church in the Presbyterian Church of USA.
Good morning. Deborah Boucher-Payne, corresponding member from the Synod of Mid-America and Overture advocate from the Synod of Mid-America. As I share some comments, I will be using an abbreviation. So for the National Caucus of Korean Presbyterian Churches, I will say NCKPC, just to move things along. So just some background first. The Korean churches in the PCUSA comprise about 330 churches and 40,000 members, making NCKPC the second largest group after the African American or Black Caucus. Decades ago, the PMA recognized the need to support Korean churches. As a result, it established the Korean Intercultural Congregational Support Office and staffed it to provide assistance to the Korean churches within the denomination, allocating an appropriate budget for this purpose. The stated clerk of the General Assembly and the Presbyterian Mission Agency has been inviting NCKPC to the annual meeting of caucus leaders for a while now, acknowledging them as an independent caucus group. This overture received 15 concurrences, the highest number among this year's overtures. In 2022 and 2023, Korean churches offered more than $1 million to PDA. Within the 6 agencies, there is a growing number also of Korean American staff. Currently, 16 staff members are working for the denomination. Therefore, while it is wonderful to have the Asian caucus that they are also part of, we believe that NCKPC should be appropriately recognized by the denomination as an independent caucus. The purpose of a caucus is to give representation and voice in light of respecting diversity within our denomination. By not approving this overture, the denomination might be sending the wrong message to Korean churches, making it seem as though Korean churches are among us, but not part of the rich diversity that is the PCUSA. And so we encourage approval of this overture.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Moderator, is it okay for me to speak?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
Now, I would like to discuss women's leadership issues in Korean churches and briefly introduce myself to provide context. I came to the United States in 1991 as a high school student. In the Korean community, if you were born in the US, you are called a second-generation Korean American. If you are born in Korea and came to the States during middle or high school, you are called a 1.5 generation Korean American. And if you came to the States after completing your college education, you are called a first generation Korean American. So I am a 1.5 generation situated between the first and second generation. As a 1.5 generation pastor in a Korean American church, I see no cultural problem with female leadership, given my education in the US. Therefore, the ordination of female elders and pastors is a given with no issues at all. However, I also understand the perspectives of first generation pastors who immigrated in the 70s and 80s. Despite pastoring in the US for a long time, their pastoral style and mindset remain like those of the Korean churches in the 70s and 80s. Back then, Korea was strongly influenced by Confucian culture. For reference, the Presbyterian Church of Korea, in covenant with the PCUSA, began petitioning for the ordination of women in 1956 and passed it in 1994. The PCUSA ordained female elders in 1930 and pastors in 1956. Such changes take time. Korea's society has progressed rapidly since the 1980s, embracing gender equality, even electing its first female president in 2013. I acknowledge the struggles and sufferings of women in leadership within the Korean American church, often stemming from cultural clashes with first-generation male pastors and elders. However, many of those leaders are now retiring, and now numerous Korean churches have female elders. During the NCKPC's annual meeting this year, we repented for our disregard of women's leadership and celebrated communion led by female clergies. The NCKPC even amended its bylaws to mandate a representative from the Korean Women Clergy Group in the executive committee. The PCUSA, which I deeply love, values diversity and opposes any form of discrimination. Each person's unique starting point is honored, anticipating their growth and restoration in the image of God. The denomination has revised its stance on discrimination and the ordination of women with patience and hope. The NCKPC wants an official caucus will lead efforts to understand and assist Korean American churches in adapting to denominational context. By not approving the overture, the PCUSA may unintentionally send the wrong message to Korean churches, suggesting they are not fully embraced within the denomination's rich diversity. Also, I would like to ask a question. Has any requirement or qualification been asked when other caucus were accepted by the PCUSA? Does anyone have a data about women leadership in other caucuses? Not recognizing the NCKPC as a caucus will raise question about fairness and diversity in our beloved denomination. I would like to conclude with 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 21 through 25. The eye cannot say to the hand, I have no need of you, nor again the head to the feet, I have no need of you. On the contrary, the parts of the body that seem to be weaker are indispensable. And on those parts of the body that we think less honorable, will bestow the greater honor. God has so composed the body, giving greater honor to the part that lacked it, that there may be no division in the body, but that the members may have the same care for one another. Amen. Thank you for listening, and thank you, moderator.
Thank you. All right, we have some additional speakers, and we are going to allow them 3 minutes each. David Wan and Mark Hong.
This Madam Mayor, I'm the David one.
Okay,
So can I?
thanks for joining us. Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is David Wan, first generation of Korean immigrants. I'm the teaching elder and the pastor of a New Presbyterian Church, Korean-speaking church in Los Angeles. Good morning from Los Angeles. And former moderator of the National Caucus of Korean Presbyterian Churches. And the pictures came out already, but I will talk about later. I'm serving as a chair of a special task force on SKPC for this overture. Bear with me, the English is not there, but I'm gonna read as I can. It's on page. The special task force spent last 2 years to figure out what is a real good caucus, accountability especially. It was hard work, but we have the National Black Presbyterian Caucus as a role model. I mean, that was fantastic. I appreciate their help. What I can tell you today is lots of changes that SKPC are happening the last 7 years. Generational change, leadership change. Accordingly, woman ordination leadership are changing. According to my statistics, there are 55% of SKPC has ordained female elders. It is a big progress because 15 years ago, it was around 10%. If you want, and I can show the data later, because of time I'm moving on. We are under asking Research Center at the Office of General Assembly to have an official poll, but I will say the woman ordination is not a threatening issue in SKPC anymore, but woman leadership is still more to go. That is why Special Task Force focused on 2 things. Number one, to find a way to gather together of quote-unquote unheard voices group, such as Korean American Presbyterian clergywoman. Thankfully, 6 members of Korean American Presbyterian clergywoman responded to the invitation to Seoul and SKPC annual gathering. Let me show 3 pictures. Now is the time. The first one is the whole picture. Okay, waiting.
David, are you able to show the pictures? Thanks.
Yes. This is. I mean, normally we have like a 300 attended because of Seoul, the location. 140 attended. And second picture shows the communion is done from the Korean American clergywoman, and then third one is showing the benediction. Every benediction is done by the one from SKPC and the one from Korean American clergywoman.
Okay,
So,
David Wan, your time is up
oh, already. Okay.
already. Yeah, we're going to hear from Mark Hong
Thank
now.
you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And I just want you all to know there's a fly flying in here, so I'm not trying to hit Ralph or anyone else.
Yeah. So no. So thank you, Madam Moderator.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, Mark.
Oh, thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Mark Hong, currently serving as the executive and the steady clerk for Senate of Southern California and Hawaii. I'm also a member of the Committee on General Assembly, but I'm not speaking in that capacity this morning. I speak in favor of this overture. This overture is about giving voice, representation, recognition to a group that has been in existence for 50 years. Our denomination holds those standards in high regards, and it's about time to recognize 40,000 plus members of the Korean immigrant community. Now, some have opposed this overture on the grounds of a particular issue, women's leadership. While I absolutely do not discount the stories shared by some of my Korean sisters, This opposition overlooks contextual cultural issues faced by the Korean immigrant churches. I wish I could share my story with you, but I simply do not have enough time this morning. But I doubt Korean American Presbyterians have a monopoly on the issue of women's leadership. All Asian churches are grappling with it, as indicated in the survey conducted by Dr. Young-Lee Herdick. In the article published in PCUSA Daily News on May 17, she is quoted saying Asian American women don't have the full capacity to exercise their gifts in Asian American churches. Furthermore, I would argue our denomination is still not free from the issue, as indicated by many stories I have heard from my female colleagues. But more than such, this is about applying what we highly value to the second largest BIPOC group in the denomination. I believe if this overture is rejected, you are sending the wrong message. The message being, you folks are not good enough to be at the table. We are penalizing you for your past infractions. Never mind that you are making improvements. Never mind you gave $1 million to the Presbyterian disaster assistance in the last 2 years. Never mind you are faithfully carrying out the missions in the PCUSA and have made tremendous contributions by producing gifted leaders, including 16 on the national staff, several mid-council leaders, scores who were brought up in the Korean churches and now serve many non-Korean congregations. And last, not the least, the nominee to the office of State Clerk, Reverend Giano. I would like to see more changes and progress take place in NCKPC. I believe they will further take place when they are brought to the table. Now, does NCKPC have its own challenges and issues? Of course. Then again, who doesn't? It's time to give voice and representation to the second largest BIPOC group in our denomination. It's time to recognize NCKPC as an official caucus.
Your
Thank you.
time is up, Mr. Hong. Thank you. Just in time. Okay. Now we are going to hear from some anyone from advocacy committees, and then we'll take questions from the committee. I'm not sure who we have from the advocacy committees. All right, I got the message now. Sarang, introduce yourself and give us your title, please. And you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Sarang, and I am one of the members of Racial Equity Advocacy Committee. I'm there as the representative from the National Asian Presbyterian Council. And I also happen to be serving as the moderator of the Korean Presbyterian Clergy Women, National Korean Clergy Women. I apologize. I feel so attacked. I'm sorry. Would it be possible to come back to me?
Okay, sure. All right, so we are going to take some questions from the committee. But first, we're going to hear from our parliamentarian, Melissa.
My first opportunity, and I am sure not my last. Good morning, everyone. Just so everyone is very clear about our process and what we are doing this morning. We, of course, have this item of business before us, and as we have heard from the Overture advocate in regards to the item of business specifically. And then we moved into what are called open hearings, that when folks signed up, they were able to come and share their perspectives about this item of business. Now we have moved on to hear from the various advocacy committees who have commented on this item of business. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take just some general questions, any questions that you might have for the Overture advocate or any of the advocacy committees who have been present. Then it would be appropriate for an official motion. So a reminder what those motions in regards to this item of business would be. A motion could be to approve. You could approve it with amendment or comment. You could disapprove it. You could answer it with an alternate resolution. You could refer it. So those are some of your options. And I know one of the questions yesterday is we can't make a motion of the negative. We can, because what we're actually doing is making a recommendation to the assembly. So we can recommend to the assembly that it not be approved. That is within our scope of our work today. So that's what we're doing, and I'll come back and provide little updates as to where we are in our process as we go along. If Sarang is ready to come back and share with us, that would be appropriate, or if we have anyone else from any of the other advisory committees who would like to speak, that would be appropriate.
Okay, I think we have a couple of other people from the advisory committee, and so we'll first call on BC. And it may be spelled in the naming,
Okay.
Adebisi.
Yes. My
Okay, you
name
have
is-
3 minutes. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Adebisi Shofu, and I'm from Racial Equity and Advocacy Committee, and I'm a resource person. My experience with the Korean Church goes back to 1994, when I became the liaison for the Presbyterian churches in former New Brunswick Presbytery. And I saw the treatment of the women. It was in 1996 was the first time that they decided women could be elders. And I remember that celebration. It was such a big event. And that was when they said they could be elders. Until today, I know they said they showed all these women doing these things. But Sarang and many others that I know had to leave the Korean church to go to the regular churches to get positions because they wouldn't ordain them and they couldn't speak out. And there's so many things. Even till today, I know quite a few women that I'm friends with. They are my sisters that, that the Korean church have shut out. Either they start their own ministry or go look for ordination in regular Presbyterian churches. And furthermore, most of since I've been on REAC, all the women that came, all the leaders, that came there are all Korean. I have never seen any other Asian person. And they represent the National Asian Caucus. We're all caucuses. And the gentleman who said, oh, we're just committees. No, we're all caucuses representing different caucuses. And they are part of the Asian Caucus. What exactly is the reason why they would want to break away? They need to fix the fact that they'll treat women and also need to work on explaining better. I mean, the explanation they gave doesn't justify them being a caucus. So that's all I'm going to say, but their treatment of women is extremely unfair. And in PCUSA, we ordain women. So if they create this entity of theirs, then there will be no oversight for the women. And as PCUSA, we need to have the oversight.
Okay, thank you. Your time is up. We're going to hear from Sarang. Sarang is ready to join us now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. As I said, my name is Sarang. So I respond to Sarang also. There's just a few things that I would like to point out. One is that recognition is not necessarily necessary for good and effective ministry. It would be more exemplary to show a positive track record, a direction of approving and supporting women ministers and women in ministry and multicultural ministry in general before coming to a place where it would feel that they're not, that the Korean brothers and sisters are being penalized for their past acts. I fully acknowledge that they do a lot of good work, but it is within a vacuum. And so, for instance, in REAC, I'm not sure if everybody knows, but there are 12 members of REAC two from each caucus, and there are 2 positions that are for at-large, which anybody can come to. About 5-6 years ago, I believe, I could be wrong because it predates me, one of those positions was reserved for Korean-speaking congregation, and another was reserved for new emerging African communities. This Korean seat has been vacant since the last 2 GAs ago. And I think that shows that there has been very little interest in collaborating with the denomination at large. I also want to make a comment about the special task force that has been formed. I happen to be on that special task force as one of the members from one of the women leadership. And in that group, for the past 6 months or so, we've mostly been talking about this particular overture rather than any other future direction. So while I don't have a lot of personal experience with NCKPC, the experience that I have with them is very strategic in a way, or not strategic. Well, it is strategic. It's in a way that doesn't support in a long run relational Korean American women ministry. On a personal note, it feels like it comes much more from a place of what can we do to make sure that we're checking all the boxes. The Korean American Presbyterian clergy women met together at our retreat this April, and we had a long conversation about this particular overture, and every single woman there, which to be fair was only 12, 13, something like that. But all of us had great remorse about this and how this might affect us.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Perfect.
And I think we also have Michelle Kwong who would like to speak. Last name
Good morning, thank
K-W-A-N-G.
No, it's H-W-A-N-G. Good morning.
I'm sorry.
I'm Michelle Huang. I'm the co-moderator of Presbyterian Mission Agency Board, but I come here as a commission resource person. I have grown up in the Korean American Church. I know the wonderful things that it can do, but I also know the harm that continues to be inflicted on Korean American clergy women. When, as Sarang mentioned, I was on REAC when we designated one of the at-large seats to be from the Korean-speaking church. The member came in and derailed our meetings for 4 or 5 meetings meetings to try to make him the National Korean Presbyterian Church a caucus. And so we couldn't get anything done because of this circumstance. The proponents of this overture make good points in that why are they being singled out with regard to women leadership? And I think that is an excellent point, that we, as we go into unification, need to reevaluate the designation of caucuses. If we are a denomination that works for justice and equity for all people, then that needs to be one of the hallmarks of a caucus or any group that meets together and wants to be recognized in a formal manner. We are not diluting or negating the voice of the Korean churches, excuse me, because they have a voice in the Asian American Council. They also have a seat in PMA, a liaison. And I know for a fact that when they gather with other agencies, they ask for a male representative to teach them or to speak on their behalf. So although they claim these statistics, I dare to say that they are not wholeheartedly received because the women have not been called into churches after being ordained. So there is still a lot of work to do. And I'm not saying that only Korean churches need to do this, but all churches need to do this. And at this time, at this juncture, because we are reunifying, then we need to figure out this may be a good time to reevaluate how we designate caucuses, because that also tells not only our church at large, but the church in the nation and globally what we value. And if we identify the Korean speaking churches as a caucus, what are we rewarding them for? Are we rewarding them for continuing to do these kind of performative measures, or are we going to say, no, we need you to do a deeper dive and deeper work about assimilating and identifying women in leadership?
Okay, Michelle, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other advocacy people? Okay. All right, then we are going to have any questions from the committee.
Madam Moderator, Patricia Tacey wishes to be recognized.
Okay, Patricia Tracy, you have the floor. Please identify yourself.
I'm Pat Tracy, a ruling elder commissioner from Lake Erie Presbytery. My question is concerning things that happened yesterday and hoping that some change could be made for today. I was concerned when we set a time period for questions, and I think that because the way of submitting a question is quite cumbersome, I believe that having a time period set might not be the best idea right from the start. I might suggest that if the questioning period is going long, that we then say we will take questions for an additional 5 minutes. But to set a 10-minute time limit felt restricting to me. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for that.
Madam Moderator, Brian Haroff wishes to be recognized.
Okay, we'll now hear from Brian Haroff.
My question is a process question, and it's along the same lines. And I'm Brian Haroff, teaching elder commissioner out of Eastern Virginia. Yesterday, we were told that the truncating of individuals' questions was a necessary thing because we did not have a motion to which we could direct the questions. Today, we do not have a motion to which we can direct the questions. So will people be cut off? And if so, what will be the criteria for doing that?
I'm going to defer these questions to our parliamentarian, Melissa.
Good morning, everyone. So the time for questions for our advocacy folks and staff people, Overture Advocate, this is a time for questions. There was a time limit placed on questions in order to continue moving through our items of business. And we also were observing that some of the questions were being formed in speaking for or against before we had a motion on the floor. Once we have a motion on the floor, you can still ask questions. Questions will always be appropriate. This time is about those general informational questions. We love your questions. Keep them coming.
Madam Moderator, Robin Jennings wishes to be recognized.
Okay, Robin Jennings, you have the floor.
My question is related to how the other caucuses are measured for behaviors inclusivity. In reading the covenant agreement, and I believe it was Denise that was citing from the covenant agreement that said there was no, we had no internal or external control of behaviors. I asked my question because kind of what's been discussed from our presenters, does this not then leave room going forward to develop whatever those standards are, so that everyone is, there is an equitable understanding? I just don't know how we do it now.
All right, if Denise is still with us, I would ask that she respond to that question if she can.
Thank you, moderator. I am in the car picking up my child. These are the joys of joining virtually. But I do want to answer that question. What I will say is that the covenant of understanding stipulates that the denomination, as it were, does not have power to determine the formation of any group. Like, well, they're not formed through official ecclesial action. They're formed by the communities themselves, and then come into relationship, having demonstrated certain commitments that are shared across the board, as it were, with the values of the church. I think it's a fair question to ask how we evaluate those values and what those relationships should be going forward. However, thank you. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Moderator, Zion Silva requests to be recognized.
Okay, we will hear from Zion Silva.
Hi, good morning. I'm a ruling elder from New York Presbytery. I was just curious, I don't know if this is for David or Daniel, what happens to the stories of these women that have given feedback? What data is being presented? What data has been collected? I'm seeing numbers. I'm very disappointed to only see numbers, but one, where are the women? Where are their stories? Where are their testimonies to say that they support this? And what are you doing with the data that you're getting? Is this being collected? Is this being revisited? I just want to know what strategies you're using to effectively, emotionally, spiritually address these concerns and the hurt of the women that I'm hearing, as opposed to making comments such as every group has problems. I would like to know what you're doing for the woman in question.
I think that was for the Overture advocates.
Daniel Coe would like to speak to that.
Okay, Daniel Coe.
Thank you, moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. I see a cultural clash here, or cultural difference. I don't know, generation gap. But frankly speaking, I do acknowledge the sufferings and pains of those resource persons, mentioning about how women leadership were treated in the Korean American church. But in my church, we have two, one candidate and one inquirer, and they are all women. We encourage women to be ordained. I know one Korean church in Atlanta, Georgia, they ordained 5 women clergies last 5 years. So when I hear their data, I feel like it's someplace else, because pastors that I'm surrounding, I'm having fellowship with, they are all encouraging the women to be ordained as an elder and pastors. I don't know, maybe they're talking about 10, 30 years ago, but we do have data from Korean presbyteries, and they show that many women elders are existing, but relatively speaking, the women clergies are not as good as women elders. But we are working hard to improve this. So when I hear these, those resource persons pains and sufferings, the stories of pains and sufferings. I do acknowledge it, but I feel like it's some different stories that I'm hearing right now.
Madam Moderator, Peter On requests to be recognized.
Okay, before we get to Peter, though, I know that Carmen Rosario has also been trying to get in, and so we'll allow Carmen Rosario to come. But let me just say, Ms. Rosario, that this is a question period now. So do you have any questions?
Madam Moderator, I'm Carmen Rosario, corresponding member, the chair of REACT. I just want to make a statement.
Well, we're really just taking questions now. We did have you as a backup to Sarang. And so because she was able to speak, I'm going to just entertain the questions right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So Peter On.
Peter On, teaching elder commissioner from Philadelphia. Couple of clarification I would like. One is there is a system in Korean American churches called Kwanzaa. That's an in-between stage between elder and deacon, and a lot of times Kwanzaa is like the glass ceiling for women. Do you still have that position in Korean churches? That's the first question.
And who are you asking that question to?
The Overture advocates.
Okay.
And the second question is this a Korean specifically, or is this Korean American? Is this the Korean speaking, or does this include the second generation, both languages, English and Korean?
Daniel Ko, would you like to respond to those questions?
I guess so. Yes, many Korean American churches in United States has Kwanzaa system, but it's based on, I believe they have to ask and talk to the presbytery, and if they change their bylaw, then they do have a Kwanzaa system. For example, in my church, we do have Kwanzaa system. And also your second question was, are we talking about Korean church or Korean American church? I think it's both, because we do have an immigrant continually coming to the United States. For them, Korean American church is more like Korean church. But we do have 1.5 and second and third generation coming to my church. So for them, it's a Korean American church. So yeah, yes, it's both.
Madam Moderator, Leah Natwala requests to be recognized.
Okay, we'll hear from Leah today.
Hi, I'm Leah Ntwala. I'm a teaching elder commissioner from the Presbytery of Geneva in upstate New York. My question is for the Overture advocates as well. First, I would like to say that I haven't enjoyed the embedded threat in the presentation about how if we don't affirm this overture, that there might be a discord that takes place. So I just set that aside as saying as just as one. I in general don't appreciate those sorts of embedded threats as we're all trying to do our work together and collectively. And I think that makes it very hard. So I'm just going to name that. But my question is very much like what the other commissioners have asked, is that knowing that the caucuses are self-governed and that REAC cannot hold them accountable for their internal or external standards, but that even as caucuses, we're still all one church under the PCUSA and governed by our Constitution, which is, I don't have to explain what that is. I think you know what that is. In your rationale, you mentioned that the Korean Presbyterian Church needs a caucus because they're underrepresented and not heard. So knowing that the accountability is all internal, what then is the caucus doing? And I would like actual action steps to know that this has been given and real thought to what the actual action steps are going to be to the accountability about the full representation and voices of particularly female clergy, as is stated in the covenant agreement, which is to be a caucus, you have to agree to those. So that's a commitment to demonstrate accountability, a commitment to all that are included. So I would like actual action steps to know how the caucus is going to hold itself accountable to the people within its body, so that they are also within itself not underrepresented and not heard.
Daniel, would you like to respond to that question?
Moderator, I feel like I'm answering too many questions, so maybe maybe
Is there somebody else that you'd like to respond to that question?
David Won or Mark Hong, if they can respond on this, would be
That's fine.
better.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Can I speak?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. Oh, yeah, I was cut off because of time, but I mean, to hear those pains and then collect the data, we are planning to have a conference, annual conference. Already the NSKPC set the budget for that. So annual conference regarding women leadership, including Korean American clergy women, then collect more their story and then do something. And we establish the restructuring committee for the new, since we know the self-accountability is on us. So we become the officialized, and that those two tracks. One is annual conference, and the other one is restructuring committee will do their work. Thank you.
Madam Moderator, Dennis Bruce wishes to be recognized.
Okay, Dennis Bunch.
I'm sorry.
I just wonder if there's any thought to asking female clergy or female pastors to present this overture instead of all males. I'm almost feeling like that would have been much better, because all I'm hearing is voices, and I'm not feeling the voices instead of hearing them. So I'm almost wondering if I'd almost like to table this and hear from the female clergy in NCKPC instead of just hearing the overture advocates and so I just didn't know if you had any thoughts about having the women clergy present this instead of you three gentlemen.
Okay, we're going to move forward. That was actually not a question, but we'll entertain that that thought.
Madam Moderator, Zayn Silva is making a motion.
But first, I want to call on Melissa again, our parliamentarian, to address that.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. All right, big deep breath. It's always good to take a little bit of a breather as we mark this transition. This is a polity transition. This is also a Holy Spirit transition. We have spent time now with the Overture Advocate and advocacy folks. You all as a committee have had a chance to ask a lot of questions of them to understand this overture better. So now we're moving into a motion that's going to be made. And I want to remind the committee about the technology on this, because I know it's all new and we're all still trying to learn that you do have to put those motions in PC Biz, but you also have to be recognized the same way that you're asking to be recognized for questions. In order to make a motion, you have to put your name in there as well. So we do have someone who is about to make a motion, and that's what, if there is a second, that'll be what we will be dealing with on the floor. Your questions are still appropriate, especially questions for clarification around the motion. We will also debate the motion itself. So if anyone has questions about process, please let me know.
Madam Moderator, we have a
Yes.
point of order from Elizabeth Troyer.
Yes.
Okay. Elizabeth Troyer.
Hi, I would like to request a 5-minute break to collect myself and perhaps other women who may be in the same place that I am at this moment. So I don't know if we need to make that a motion or whatever, but
You can make that motion. You can make that motion. It is not debatable. But if there is a second, we can take a vote and have a 5-minute break.
Okay, and if you just want to raise your hand on that. We have a second to the motion. We're going to break until
Would you go ahead and take a vote on it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let's vote on the motion to take a break. We can go to PC Biz. Call him for the vote on the motion. Yeah, let's go to 10 minutes. That will bring us back about, let's just say 20 after 9. The voting is closed. Let's just see the results of the vote. Let's see it. Okay. We've got 39 votes in favor of a break, 1 vote against it. We will go with the majority and resume at 9:20. Thank you. Can't find my
Madam Moderator, it is 20 after 9. May I have your permission to speak to the body?
Absolutely.
Greetings, friends. We are about to enter into our conversations about the motions that are before us. Just want to remind you that we have joined together in a covenant and how we are going to speak and work and be in fellowship with one another. And I would just remind you to keep that covenant in mind as we have our conversation. Also, please be aware that chaplains are available to any and all who are with us today, and that is through the help desk at my GA. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. So I understand that we have a motion on the floor.
Yes, Madam Moderator, Zion Silva has a motion on the floor.
Okay, Zion Silva, please present your motion. Did you tell me it was Zane?
Yeah, it's.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. My computer was on mute, so I didn't hear what you said.
Okay, you can go forward with your motion.
Everyone, please be give me grace as I'm learning how to do motions as good as all of y'all.
We're all learning.
Okay, good. And I just wanted to let all of the women know that I'm holding you in my heart right now. I move that we disapprove moving this request forward made by the NCKPC to General Assembly and request that immediate work be done to research the mistreatment of femme and women identified individuals and to report back to whoever that is, I don't know if that's us or someone else, with actual data and testimonies from women clergy.
All right, is there a second on the motion? We have a second to the motion. Is there any discussion? Zane gets to first speak. I'm sorry, Zane, I don't want to take your opportunity to speak away. So you go first to talk about your motion.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think to be very frank, I don't like to even entertain things that I think are unjust. I think it's a waste of my time and a waste of this body's time. I think that we're hearing very clearly that women are not being treated properly. I identify as transgender. I lived as a woman for 27 years, and I know how that feels personally. I also know what pain looks like in the eyes of women and femme-identified folks. And to see men come here and propose this with no data, no story, no testimony, not even a woman in sight, if it just doesn't feel like something I would like to move forward to GA. So if someone wants to amend and fix what what my motion is, I would really appreciate that because I'm still learning as well. But I just wanted to say that I don't want to move I don't want to move anything that feels unjust.
Madam Moderator, Thomas Lewis would like to speak in agreement with the motion.
Okay, but before we hear from Thomas, we're going to hear from Melissa just to talk about another process situation.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Zane, you did a great job. Great job. So your motion is in order as I understand it, as it's coming through to me through PC Biz. So I just want to clarify and make sure we've got it here. Your motion is to disapprove recommendation to the General Assembly. And then the rest of what you have included here is the comment that you would like to include with that motion. Is that correct? Perfect. You did a great job.
Okay, now we have Thomas Lewis speaking in agreement with the motion. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I rise to speak in favor of this motion. It's always a little tricky for me personally when I am faced with two groups that feel that they've been treated unjustly. So I tried very hard to stick to our equity primes, and I tried very hard to set aside my own personal bias. but what I've heard this morning confirms some of my own personal experience. And I want to share with you that I have seen in our presbytery women who were not Korean being treated unjustly by members of the Korean population. We had an experience where we had a female EP and a female committee leader, and they treated me with way more respect than they treated those two women, which really got under my skin. So I think this is a wonderful motion, and I speak to support it.
Madam Moderator, Peter Ahn would like to speak in favor of the motion.
Okay, Mr. Ahn. Peter Ahn.
Thank you, Peter Ahn, Teaching Elder Commissioner from Philadelphia. First of all, I want to affirm Sarang's point that I have not seen much of a vision of this group. I do get email newsletters, and a lot of times it's more of a classified kind of sort of a thing, and network oriented, but I have not really seen other than the annual gathering. But also I went ahead and looked at their website. NCKPC board has 13 members, and 2 of them are women, and one person is a Presbyterian women representative, and the other one is treasurer. That does not speak very strongly about their diversity. And I want to come alongside the whole embedded threat. I want to remove that from this group, that sending the wrong message. I don't think that's a fair thing to start for us to discern our way forward. As a person who left Korean American Church 10 years ago, I don't think we have made a whole lot of progress. And I just looked at their session, and there's not a single female elder there.
Okay, we don't have any other questions in the queue or anyone in the queue to speak in favor of or against. But I'm gonna defer to Melissa just one more time.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This is just your leadership also struggles with the technology sometime, not because the technology isn't great, it is because human error is what it is, and I'm still learning. Zane, I edited the motion so it reflected what we had discussed, and I want to be sure that the entire committee at this time has the opportunity to see the motion. And so I'm looking at my recorder over here to make sure that we have the correct language and format. So thank you all for your patience with us as we are learning too. Is it in? Okay. Okay. So Zane, I just want you to take a look there. I think under my GA PC Biz. Just want to make sure it is what you are. Right. I got a thumbs up there. This way everyone understands the motion before us. And if there are any other questions, comments, amendments, if there are not, then the motion has been wonderfully perfected. Thank you, Zane, and thank you all for your patience.
Okay. The motion is on the floor to disapprove GAEC-24. We're ready for the vote.
Madam Moderator, we have a point of order from Colin Pettigrew.
Okay. Colin Pettigrew.
Yeah, I guess I just a quick question so that as we're sort of moving towards this vote, I see that there's like 3 motions. There's no way to find out what the next motion would be. We have to vote this down.
That's right.
Okay.
That's one thing I know. Melissa just told me
that's
that.
what I assumed, but I just wanted.
Yep, unless there is an amendment to the current motion on the floor, but it would have to be it would have to be amending the motion. It can't be a whole new motion.
Right. So none of the motions that are there are motions to amend.
They didn't come to us like that.
Okay.
They are not on the floor.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks for asking. Okay, now we're ready for the vote. It's posted. The vote is to disapprove GAE-24 with comment. Okay, the vote is now closed. We have 35 votes in favor of the motion, 8 votes against the motion. The motion passes. Thank you. All right, so before going forward with the next item of business, we're going to take another little break. I have that it's 9:32. Let's come back at about 9:45. Thank you.
Madam Moderator, it is 9:45.
Thank you, Ralph. Okay, I just want to remind everyone that you need to, if somehow your name has changed, please put your name to be your first name, your last name, whether you are a teaching elder commissioner or ruling elder commissioner, and identify your presbytery. Somehow, some people have come in to the group with an iPhone. And so if they are not renaming themselves, they will be removed from the room by our Zoom manager, who is doing a wonderful job, by the way. Before we go forward to the next item of business, I'm going to call back Melissa just to, talk a little bit about how we got to where we are right now. Thanks, Melissa.
Well, I rely on the Holy Spirit to understand how we got to where we are right now, and that's not always the clearest, but I think we're doing a great job on clarity and process up to this point. And it's my understanding that we do have 2 points of order or process. So I'm going to refer to the vice moderator to call on the folks who wish to be recognized. I'll do my best to answer your questions. And again, if I don't have an answer, I'm going to find someone who does, because that's what we do. So, Mr. Vice Moderator, who would you like to call on?
Thank you, Melissa. Madam Moderator, Robin Jennings requests to be recognized.
Okay, Robin Jennings, you have the floor.
Thank you, and I'm not sure why my camera disappeared. That's weird. Oh, sorry, my bad. My bad. I just wanted to follow up on our last vote and to say, while we have done what I believe is an important work to acknowledge our collective feelings about inclusivity that is not occurring, my concern is that we may have answered the question, but we didn't answer the broader question, which is how to provide broader context to say what I believe will happen as a result of our action is that they will feel like we smacked them down and they're done, as opposed to being able to say that we do have standards, and whether they believe they've been communicated with them or not. How do we take a next action step to say we hold all of the caucuses to a certain something? How do we reaffirm that, I guess? What's the step to do that, so that it doesn't feel like we just did a smackdown, but we actually did something that might be uplifting as they go forward?
That's a really great process and parliamentarian question that has also some tendrils of pastoral and spiritual nature to that question. So Robin, a great one. A reminder for everyone, we have made a recommendation to the Assembly to disapprove this. There is always the opportunity for the Assembly to pull this item for business for further conversation. And so the Assembly may, depending on the will of the body, have an opportunity to discuss this further. And Robin, you are, as a commissioner, have the opportunity to give that voice. And also, I am sure Denise Anderson would love to hear from anyone else who would like to continue this conversation. That's what our wonderful PMA staff are for. And so those conversations do continue.
Madam Moderator, Thomas K. Lewis has a point of order.
Okay, Tom Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My point does go to the last item that we passed. I was furiously trying to type an amendment in before the vote was called. Now, I'm not asking to go back and look at that because it really was just a grammar thing. But somebody else might have been trying to put in an amendment that was more substantive. And so I'm making a point of parliamentary inquiry to ask if there is some way that we can signal the leadership team in Salt Lake City that we need more time to type?
That is a great question, and one for our moderators that I don't know what kind of sign or symbol you want to take in the Zoom world that recognizes that folks want more typing time. Perhaps our committee assistant, Rachel, do you have a way that we might be able to do this?
Is it possible for someone simply to seek recognition, be called on to say, I'm in the process of typing?
Tom, does that work?
Those come in fairly quickly, I think.
Great.
We see 2 thumbs up from Tom. All right, so in case you didn't see Tom giving the thumbs up, and just so that everyone is aware, if you are attempting to type and we don't get it quickly enough, just to protect yourself and us, just seek recognition to give us a heads up that you are trying to take some type of action before we vote. Got it.
Would you like me to keep going?
Keep going, Melissa.
Keep going. I get to keep going. I know it's starting to feel repetitive, folks, and I appreciate your patience. But I think the more we understand our process, the more we can be comfortable and confident in trusting one another, that we are really believing the best in each other and God's guidance through this process. So we're going to come to our next item of business, and here's how we're going to do it. We're going to hear from the Overture advocate. This is a commissioner resolution. And then we're going to hear from the advisory committee and the Constitution. And then we are going to hear from the various entities and also advocacy committees who are here to speak and to share with us more information about this overture. Then we'll take a deep breath and we'll take questions for those folks. And those will just be questions of clarification. How do we understand this item of business better? Then we'll deep breathe again, and we'll take that motion, whatever that motion might be, approve, disapprove, refer, however the body feels that it's appropriate. So that's the process we're going to follow. Okay, and I'll do my best to signal to the moderator we need those breathing moments and those moments of prayer, and sometimes some moments to break and to discern the will of the Spirit. So, all right, Madam Moderator, I think we got it.
Thank you, Melissa. All right, our next item of business is GAEC-28. The Synod of Lakes and Prairies of the PCUSA overtures the General Assembly to work with the Board of Pensions to ensure adjustments are made to medical dues plans for pastors and spouse or families, eliminating the undue burden on small congregations and ensuring the affordability of medical coverage for pastoral leaders needing family coverage in 2026 and beyond. We will start with our Overture advocate, who will have 5 minutes to speak. And my understanding is that is Deb DeMeister, or maybe she pronounces it something differently. Deb, introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator and Commissioners of the General Assembly Entity Coordination Committee. I am Deb DeMeister, the Director of Leadership Development of the Synod of Lakes and Prairies. We serve 6 states, 16 presbyteries, and over 750, mostly small and rural congregations. It was a year ago in Denver at the Mid-Council gathering with the Board of Pensions that I listened to the struggles of pastors hired just 19 hours a week and of pastors not installed so that they had to go and find their own medical benefits. The following morning, as the Board of Pensions leadership responded to the concerns expressed in our small groups, there was no mention of these concerns of small churches and part-time pastors. When we returned to our small group and were asked what we felt, what we thought about what the leadership said, we used a word cloud. And the large word for the 30 of us in our small group was unheard. We come to you because ultimately the Board of Pensions reports to the General Assembly, to you, this year's commissioners to the General Assembly. And this is not about the whole new plan from the Board of Pensions, just the medical benefits. The Board of Pensions will tell you that less than half of pastors use medical benefits for families, but 46% do. In addition, 28% use spousal medical benefits and 6% use children. The new flat fees for medical benefits for spouses, children, and families, rather than the previous percentage of salary fees, impact 80% of the pastors and have a disproportionate impact on the pastors earning the least. Whether they earn $100,000 or $35,000, whether they are full-time or part-time, the cost to cover a family with medical benefits is $20,600. The release of the new benefits plan during Easter week was devastating for many pastors. The loss of hope, the sense of discouragement, the loss of energy for ministry are already consequences of this new plan. When the 215th General Assembly approved the amendment of the benefits plan of the PCUSA to eliminate the requirement of General Assembly approval for amendments to the benefits plan, except in the case of reduction in benefits, I cannot imagine that they thought removing benefits for spouses and children would not be considered a reduction in benefits. It is a huge reduction in benefits, and you, the General Assembly, were not given the opportunity to approve this reduction. I believe we cannot afford to wait 2 more years before the General Assembly can ask the Board of Pension to consider alternatives for the 80% of pastors who use spouse, children, or family medical benefits. We are called to care for the least rather than leave them behind. This includes our small churches, our families with special needs, or even paying college bills, our families wherein the spouse is not eligible for or does not have access to medical benefits in their employment, which is a reality in rural America. We ask the General Assembly commissioners and your committee to approve the essence of this overture so that a better conversation about sharing, caring, and the impact of new medical benefits can be had. As a denomination, we cannot afford to lose our presence in rural areas. We cannot afford to lose a generation of pastors who thought their families would be cared for. The theology of benefits states, we call people to varied forms of service and covenant to support them so they may devote their best gifts and energy to the work of God's kingdom. For the 46% of pastors with a new $20,600 medical benefits bill, this will be hard to do. Thank you for considering this overture.
Thank you. Okay. We have a point of order. Do we go forward with that now?
Madam Moderator, we have a point of order from Justin Seekaren.
Okay, Justin Seekaren, we'll allow you to
Hello.
speak.
I'm sorry, but this is before this whole thing. I just wanted to ask, if we approve and disapprove a motion, are we able to go back to it as a committee and kind of amend it or any way?
I'll let the parliamentarian answer that question.
Justin, that's my favorite kind of question. Yes, it is within the body's power and right to reconsider a motion. And if, we need to figure out how you want to do that, because this might be your first time, as it is probably many people's first time trying to figure out how to reconsider a motion, we can do that. But right now, as we're taking this item of business, we'll just kind of put a little bit of pause on that, but we can figure out how to do that together, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now we're going to hear from the ACC representative, Ralphetta Aker.
Good morning, moderator and committee. The Advisory Committee on the Constitution advises the 226th General Assembly to disapprove item GAEC 28. Item GAEC 28 calls for the General Assembly to work with the Board of Pensions to ensure adjustments are made to the medical dues for pastors, spouses, or families, eliminating the undue burden on small congregations and ensuring the affordability of medical coverage. The General Assembly does not have the ecclesiastical authority to mandate adjustment in the medical dues plan established by the Board of Pensions, and therefore does not have the authority to or the ability to ensure the affordability of medical coverage or eliminate any undue burden. The Board of Pensions, while a separate corporation or corporate identity and fiduciary duties under the applicable federal and state laws.
Hold on just 1 minute, please. Do you also have the live streaming going? Because we're getting some feedback from someone else while you're talking. So let's try it again.
There, is that better? We are all in the room together, so we have other AAC members who are giving advice to other committees.
Okay, we'll try it.
So
But we
I'll
can
try.
hear some other people talking.
You can
as
hear
well.
some other people talking as well. All right, let me see if I bring up my volume a little bit, if that'll help. Did that help some? Is that helping some for the committee, or is it still?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think we
Okay.
still get the feedback.
You're still
from
getting the
other people.
feedback. Okay, let me see if I can move to a different location quickly and continue.
Thank you.
Might be her live stream is on.
There are other people in the room with
Well, I
her.
know, but I think that might be contributed to it.
I apologize. Is that better?
That seems to be, yes.
All right, I have moved to a different location, and I will continue to say that the General Assembly does not have the ecclesiastical authority to mandate adjustments in the medical dues plan established by the Board of Pensions, and therefore does not have the authority or ability to assure the affordability of the medical coverage or eliminate any undue burden. The Board of Pensions has a separate corporate identity and fiduciary duties under the applicable federal and state laws. While the Board of Pensions is subject to the limited ecclesiastical authority of the General Assembly, the General Assembly does not have the legal authority to direct how the Board of Pensions carries out its legal and fiduciary duties. The Synod of the Northeast et al. Versus the Board of Pensions of the Presbyterian Church USA, which is the General Assembly Permanent Judicial Committee finding in 2005, and is consistent with the General Assembly's relationship with other agencies under two additional General Assembly PJC rulings, specifically regarding the amendments to the benefits plan following the action of the 214th General Assembly in 2002 to approve biennial meetings of the General Assembly beginning in 2006. The Board of Pensions sought amendments of its core governing documents to accommodate this change. And in the 2015 General Assembly approved the amendment of Section 19.1, the right to alter or amend plans of the benefits plan of the Presbyterian Church to eliminate the requirement of the General Assembly to approve for approval for amendments to the benefits plan, except in the case of a reduction in benefits under the pension plan or to increase in the dues of the pension plan. All amendments adopted by the Board of Pensions will be reported to the next succeeding General Assembly. The General Assembly minutes in 2003, Part 1, page 678, a report of the Assembly Committee on Pension Foundation and Publishing, item 13.04. The Advisory Committee on the Constitution further notes that the use of the terms affordability and undue burden are not defined and are inherently subjective. I'll be available for questions should there be any.
Thank you. We're now going to move to the Board of Pension Representative Greg Spencer, who will have 5 minutes.
Frank.
Oh, Frank, I'm sorry.
Thank you, moderator. First, I want to acknowledge the anxiety of those who have benefited from the subsidies for family coverage and those who fear that their congregations and/or presbyteries may change that coverage. Change is scary and that anxiety is real. Our board considered that deeply as it made its decisions. But likewise, we need to recognize that the church has already abandoned a 40-year-old dues structure that no longer serves us. More than half of our congregations no longer participate in the current dues structure. Last year, 54% of those we ordained nationally were not offered any benefits through the Board of Pensions. At GAE-24, the National Black Presbyterian Caucus cited our dues structure as one of the primary reasons they could not install leadership in their congregations. Since 2007, 1,269 ministers of Word and Sacrament whom we have ordained as a denomination have been excluded from all benefits from the Board of Pensions. More than half of our participants in our pastors' participation do not enroll for family coverage, and yet we require every congregation to pay for full family coverage regardless of the need. So we began engaging the church in the spring of 2023. We told every mid-council leader and the hundreds who joined us on webinars that the break-even cost for the current dues program was 50% of effective salary. There was universal agreement that that was completely unsustainable and that it would lead to lower participation as those on the lower end of the scale dropped off and those on the higher end refused to pay. The board realized it needed to lower the cost of entry, and so they have created the covenant package at only 10% of effective salary. This overture doesn't deal with that. I'll move on. The congregational pastors package at 26% of effective salary, down from 39% currently, does have dependent optional coverage. No one is being asked to pay an increase of $20,000. Those increases are simply not there in the program. We are part of the Church Benefits Association, a group of 55 denominations, including all of the mainline Protestant denominations. We are the only denomination left in the United States that pays full family coverage at no cost to the minister or the congregation. Also, we knew that the church needed time to make adjustments. Therefore, the board created a 3-year period for transition. The cost of that is 43% of effective salary, a 10.25% increase. It includes a deep subsidy for family coverage. Equally important, the board needs the transition time to accumulate enrollment data. Our board will make decisions on dues and/or subsidies for 2028. Here's the practical issue. The benefits cannot be changed quickly. Our annual enrollment process opens in August. To be ready, we must have decisions at our March meeting. Therefore, by March of 2025, our board will have no data, therefore cannot make changes for 2026 beyond the transitional program already in place. We will remain in conversation with the church throughout this transition period, and we are happy to provide an interim report to GAE-227 in 2026. And the decisions for 2028 will be made by our board at its meeting in March of 2027. I'm happy to stay on and answer any questions people may have.
Thank you, Frank. This time, I think we're going to hear from an advocacy group, and we have Ashley Dietar-Burt. Ashley, can you just identify yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Ashley Dietar-Burt. My pronouns are she, her, and I am the resource person for ACWI, which is the LGBTQIA+ advocacy committee. You can see why we shortened it. And also, thank you. You actually got my last name, both my last names correct, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Practiced.
Nice. So as I mentioned, I am the resource person for ACWI, and as a member of this committee, as well as a member of the LGBTQIA+ committee myself, I am aware of the unique healthcare needs of queer and trans people. And this includes things like the fact that we have lower rates of mammograms and pap smears and higher rates of depression and anxiety than our straight and cisgender counterparts. And for those who aren't aware, cisgender just means that the identity you are assigned is the identity that you, or the gender you are assigned is the gender you self-identify with. So we have lower rates of mammograms and pap smears, higher rates of depression and anxiety. We have a disproportionate cancer burden. There are high costs for gender-affirming care and extraordinarily high costs for us to be able to create a family. And these are just a few of the healthcare issues that we face. I am also aware of the difficulties that LGBTQIA+ people have in our denomination, especially when it comes to finding and receiving calls. In hearing the experiences of my colleagues, I have heard so many stories of them receiving calls from smaller churches who are willing to ordain LGBTQIA+ people, but perhaps do not have that much money. And also, anecdotally, many of us are not installed and thus would no longer have healthcare guaranteed to us in the new system. Any policy around healthcare and medical dues in our denomination affects LGBTQIA+ people more, and we are less likely to be able to find healthcare elsewhere than our straight and cisgender counterparts. And this is not even mentioning the intersecting factors such as race, ethnic background, ability, and others. With all of this in mind, and knowing that LGBTQIA+ people are part of the 46%, they keep saying that's less than half, it is nearly half, of pastors in our denomination who need family coverage, as well as those who need pastor spouse or pastor and children coverage. ACWI sees value in any work between the General Assembly and the Board of Pensions that helps make sure that any adjustments made are indeed just, equitable, and done in conversation with the most vulnerable in our denomination, including the LGBTQIA+ members. Thank you.
Thank you. We're next going to hear from Jeremy Howard. Jeremy, if you can introduce yourself.
My name is Jeremy Howard. I'm here as a resource person from your advisory committee on social witness policy. And with that, right, I always want to point out I advise. We don't advocate for any one position. So what we do want to do first is lift up the reality that we do fully understand that our Board of Pensions takes up a hard task of navigating healthcare, among other things, in a world that is held captive by a capitalist mindset, right? To make money off something. And they do a great job of doing that work. So we do not want to discount that. We do advise approval of this item because we recognize the reality that there are going to be negative impacts from the changes taking place. While we understand that those aren't always intended, there will be. And we think that it needs to be drawn attention to the fact that continuing work needs to take place, not with the Board of Pensions, because they are part of the whole church. We need to work together to have these conversations to ensure that work is done. We also recognize that the ACC is saying we cannot mandate them, which we understand. If there is concerns about that, then we would offer advice that you could change that word ensure adjustment to rather work to seek adjustments are made, right? To work together in this to find ways to alleviate those negative impacts that will take place on the ministers and people in our church. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're now going to go forward with the open hearing speakers. We have 4 of those, 3 minutes each, starting with James Kuhn.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I agree with the last comments, the last several comments. In this, I am the treasurer and manager of financial services for the Synod of Lakes and Prairies. Have the opportunity to attend numerous finance committee meetings across the presbyteries in our area. And I'm well aware of the fragility of our church's financial situations, particularly smaller churches in rural areas, and that the potential loss of talent that these changes in benefits will lead to adds great risk to the church. I do not seek a mandate or I don't believe that this overture seeks a mandate to change the Board of Pensions policies or pricing, but rather, as the gentleman before me suggested, to seek a way between the GA and other resources to offset the harm that we anticipate to the retention of our talent base. I certainly appreciate the changes that the Board of Pensions is making, and I understand the need to make those changes, but it's often unwise to try to recapture market share that you've failed to attract at the expense of market share that you've been able to retain, and I think that that's what we may see here. That said, I don't see that the Board of Pensions, within the confines of its own finances and regulations, it may be able to fully address this without some complementing work and subsidization of the church as a whole. In the meantime, what you are seeing and what I'm seeing is that mid-councils across the country are trying to jump in and facilitate this bridge, this softening of transition with their own budgets, which is fine, but it's not sustainable. And so what we're looking for is to extend that bridge that mid-councils are. It's the onus of mid-councils right now to provide, to extend or to make changes in the 2026 such that that bridge is a bridge not to nowhere, but to something that is sustainable and will help us retain our talent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kuhn. You got in just in time. Our next open hearing speaker is Lisa Johnson. And you also have 3 minutes.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Lisa Johnson. I'm the teaching elder from the Presbyterian Church of Orinoco, and I'm reading a statement approved by our session. We are a congregation made up of 24 members, approximately 10 friends. We're located in a rural area not far from Rochester, Minnesota. And just a few years ago, we celebrated our 150th anniversary. We are not so different from hundreds of other congregations around the PCUSA. Like many other small churches, the recent trends in church attendance and membership have affected us greatly. During our congregational meeting in January, we passed a $25,000 deficit budget, not because we wanted to, but because we had to. Financially, this leaves us with roughly 3 years before we are bankrupt. Despite this reality, we firmly and faithfully believe that God is not done with us yet, and we are doing everything in our power to work toward renewal and ongoing mission and ministry here. When the Board of Pensions announced their crushing changes in 2025, or for 2025, our hearts broke. We are a congregation that sees caring for our pastor and her family as our moral and Christian calling. We refuse to make this her burden to bear alone. However, the reality of the situation is that these financial changes will close our church. Even factoring in that our pastor's husband does not need medical coverage due to his status as a veteran, the Tier 2 cost, which is member plus children, will result in an extra $5,000 a year that we will have to find somehow, a figure that adds an additional 20% onto our already deficit budget. Effectively, this financial burden cuts an entire year off our timeline, leaving us with 2 years. As a church, we are called to care for one another, to shoulder one another's burdens in times of stress and strife, to shelter one another in times of vulnerability and harm, and to provide for one another in times of need and want. Time and time again throughout Scripture, we find Jesus spending time with and lifting up those who had not, while casting a disparaging eye on those who had and still strove for more. The new benefits plan unduly punishes those who have not, while providing extra support for those who already have. In fact, throughout their discussions of this new plan, the Board of Pensions, as well as their regional representatives, have continued to state that while they're aware that these new changes will have financial difficulty for some churches, it's not within their purview to shore up financially failing congregations, and that is a direct quote. Essentially, it's not within their mission to help the least of these. While we, as the Presbyterian Church of Orinoco, believe with our whole hearts and minds and strength that God is not done with us yet, we feel that through their enactment of this benefits plan, the Board of Pensions most surely is done with us. A harsh reality that is both disappointing and dire. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next open hearing speaker is Rachel Rosendahl.
Hi, I'm Pastor Rachel Rosendahl from Grace Presbyterian Church in Winona, and this is my family. We are one of the less than half, or 46%, who need family coverage. But I don't want you to worry about us, because we are actually one of the lucky ones. Following my call here to Winona blessed me with more than I could imagine, both a church family and an actual family. This handsome guy right here, this is my husband. He's a carpenter and he has his own business. So he doesn't get insurance because he's self-employed, like I am. I joke, actually, that together we make one full Jesus, priest and carpenter. And then this little lady, this is our 1.5-year-old. She just had tubes put in her ears. And I was really lucky to have such great insurance to pay for this. Now, I won't be able to afford that great insurance anymore, but there are lots of options. Unfortunately, to get those options, I have to be uninstalled. So to access the options that I could afford, I can no longer serve my church as a called and installed pastor. Now, I'm lucky because I have a church that's going to do everything they can to make sure we get the healthcare we need. I love that. That is why I'm called to small churches, because of the love and the blessings that I get by making personal connections with my congregants. Of course, my church, Grace Presbyterian in Winona, is less than 80 people. Doing this, helping me with this insurance is going to mean that we will at least have to move to part-time in the next 3 years, sooner if I stay on the transitional plan for more than a year. My family can't afford to take a part-time call. But my BOP rep told me not to talk myself into unemployment because all churches are looking for young, energetic pastors with families like mine, or at least they used to be. Before we came with a $20,000 plus price tag, I could go to work in the ELCA. They actually have a tiered system where all of their employees can pick from different levels of healthcare. They can also pay in to lessen that burden on their church. Now, were we to accept the congregational plan, I would either need to pay in or we would need to renegotiate my salary, which would leave me with a take-home pay of about $10,000 a year. But remember, I'm one of the lucky ones. I have a manse. So who needs a livable wage when you have a free house? I'm sure that the cost of daycare and diapers will go down very soon. I actually wonder how lucky I'm going to continue to be if it comes right down to it and I have to abandon God's call to be able to provide for my family. I don't actually mean to be dramatic. It's just something that all of us who are dealing with this are thinking about. We are all considering, all 46% of us, what if the threat—
Rachel, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then our last open hearing speaker is TJ Shirley.
My name is TJ Shirley, ordained and installed as the pastor of Calvin Presbyterian Church in Long Lake, Minnesota, less than a year ago. After growing up a fundamentalist Baptist, undergoing several conversion experiences toward a more progressive theology, and serving almost 20 years in ministry in every role but pastor. When I was discerning last year, I felt God calling me to a solo pastorate at a small church where I could best use the particular variety of talents and ministry experience I have. The 2025 benefits plan will be devastating to the congregation which hired me and might destroy the call the Holy Spirit has worked for almost 40 years to manifest in my life. Under the new plan, medical insurance for our family will cost $32,600 in total. Neither Calvin nor my family can afford this $12,600 inflation to our medical dues, nor the equivalent amount it will cost for my wife and 2 daughters to move to the plan of her employer. The board has stated one of its main goals in restructuring dues is to allow for more congregations to employ installed pastors. At a recent presentation, the board's consultant for my region even stated the reason a maximum was put on dues was to prevent larger churches from uninstalling their associates. However, when I pointed out later in the meeting that it would be $13,000 to $20,000 cheaper if my family and I were to be covered on my wife's plan or a plan on the government exchange, he advised my elders and me that the financially responsible decision was for me to uninstall. Apparently, it's okay for the pastors of small churches to become uninstalled, as long as we keep those large churches' pastors installed. The new plan has not even been enacted, and it's already a failure by the board's own measurements. Instead of enabling more pastors to be installed, more of us will need to become temporary for our churches and families to survive. While some may benefit from this package, pastors like me and churches like Calvin will be crushed by the inequity it represents. I implore you to support this overture. Otherwise, pastors and congregations representative of the survival of this denomination will not be around to lead it into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to questions from the committee.
Madam Moderator, Brian Haroff requests to be recognized.
Okay, Brian Haroff.
I'm going to ask this question, then I ask your forgiveness, but my mother was in the ER yesterday. She is having some demented issues and they are calling me. So I'm going to ask this and then turn my camera off. For the second speaker, you have made it perfectly clear that we have no role in this. But as we began our day, we emphasized that we were seeking God's will. And if the GA takes, especially this committee, takes your advice and washes its hands of this process, how does God make God's will known in this area?
All right, our second speaker was Ralphetta Aker. I think that may be to whom you're directing your question.
Yes.
The ACC's advice is based on the mandate that the Overture carries for the General Assembly to direct or to ensure that the Board of Pensions makes modifications in the pastoral
in the purview
and spouse family plan. So that is the basis upon which we have made our recommendation that we do not have the legal authority to ensure that the affordability of medical coverage or eliminate any undue burden is carried out.
Thank you. Prayers for your mother, Brian. Do we have any other questions?
Madam Moderator,
Okay. I'm
Madam
sorry.
Moderator Colin Pettigrew, request to be recognized.
Okay, and before we get to Colin Pettigrew, I'm going to pull in Melissa. Okay, Colin, you can go forward.
This question is for Frank. Just for my own sort of edification and maybe for the good of the group, how much money has the Board of Pensions been losing paying out its medical coverage over the last 5 years?
That was a question directed to Frank Spencer.
Thank you, Colin. The board works to keep medical on a zero basis. What that means is we project total claims and we project total revenue, and our goal is to be 1% plus or minus of those two numbers. And so some years we do a little better if claims are better. Some years we do a little worse if claims are worse. But our goal is to always be at 1-to-1. So our goal is to neither lose money nor make money. There are two other things that are important to your question, however. 6 years ago, the board set aside a high-cost claims fund that we manage ourselves, and we take all claims above $300,000 out of the rate base. So we ignore those high-cost claims and we pay for them separately so that everyone else's estimated claims are lower. The second thing that our board has done is, you heard me say, actual break even on the current dues structure for ministers would be about 50% of effective salary. For 2025, we're only charging 43%. That will create a deficit, and our board has set aside up to $50 million for this transition period to get us through that subsidy period while people are assessing their choices and while the board is accumulating data so that we can make decisions for 2028.
Madam Moderator, Gary Galloway, request to be recognized.
Okay, Gary Galloway, you have the floor.
Yeah, it's listening to both sides. It's compelling on both sides. But I was wondering, going back to the second speaker on the constitutional, if the wording was amended to remove I think the problem word is ensure, to something more like to explore, would that alleviate some of the constitutional questions that this current resolution leaves us with? That's it.
Again, that question was addressed to Ralphetta Aker.
Yes.
That would bring in line in accordance with the ecclesiastical components that the General Assembly has responsibility for to the Board of Pensions, and not the legal authority component. So yes, that would address some of the concerns of mandating what the Board of Pensions must do.
Madam Moderator, Robin Jennings requests to be recognized.
Okay, we'll hear from Robin Jennings.
My question is to Frank regarding the creation of the benefit structure. Is a wellness component ever been explored? And maybe I didn't see that in previous presentations about the changes in benefits that would allow premium reduction for exercising certain things, which would again help perhaps to moderate high cost claims or cost of the overall benefit plan.
Okay, it takes a minute to unmute here. Robin, thank you for that question. Yes, we do have such a program, and that was instituted about 10 years ago. We have 58% participation in that program, and approximately the same participation among ministers. What that does is anyone who does the basic activities, getting a primary care exam and other challenges, you accumulate points. When you get 1,000 points, you get a significant reduction in your deductible. But more to your point, Robin, about our deductibles within the PPO system are also on a sliding scale. So we have 10 salary bands so that those at the lowest salary pay the lowest deductible. Those at the highest salary pay the highest deductible. And the wellness credits are off of those two areas. And the spread between the two is almost 3-to-1. So even particularly those who are at the lower end of the spectrum are deeply subsidized by having a lower deductible.
Madam Moderator, Lori Davis requests to be recognized.
Okay, Lori Davis, you have the floor.
Thank you. I am confused and would love some clarification because I thought I heard Deb Demeester say that 46% of pastors would now have a new amount of 26,000 medical insurance to pay. But then I also heard Frank say no one is being asked to pay 20,000. So I might have misheard, but if either or both of you could help me sort that out, that would be helpful.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. The 20,000 to which the advocate referred is the family cost of a national rating, and that's the same for everybody. However, there are two factors that need to be considered. First, instead of 43% of effective salary plus 20,000, it is 26% of effective salary. So when the 20,000 is quoted, it is not taking account of the deduction in the lower amount of the percentage of effective salary that installed ministers would pay. The other element is the transitional pastor's participation, which is going from 39% of effective salary to 43% for 2025. We are highly suggesting that every congregation and every minister make the choice, which is in the joint best interest of the two. But if you take that transitional pastor's participation, the increase is 10.25%, and the minister has zero increase and still pays none of that cost. So for those who are currently in pastor's participation, if they choose with their congregation transitional pastor's participation, they have zero increase in cost. And that's what I mean when I say no one is being asked to pay $20,000. there are pluses and minuses in this plan. No one's bill is going up by that amount.
All right, we'll hear from Deb D. Meister if she would like to join in this conversation.
Thank you for the question. I appreciate that. Sadly, there is quantitative data of churches saying, you know, we're reducing our fees from 29% to 16%. And they have told pastors, we will only cover you. You'll need to cover your family on your own. And that is a $20,600 bill if they stay with medical coverage through the Board of Pensions. I guess that I want to be clear about that. If a church is willing to go to 43% instead of 26%, that pastor is blessed. But unfortunately, there are a lot of churches that are not entertaining that option. And furthermore, the Board of Pensions is calling congregations and saying, congratulations, you can save this amount of money next year because we are reducing your fees to 26%. And there are people on this screen that have gotten those calls, and they've called me too, because that I was told it was just going to large churches, but it's also going to small churches. So it's a difficult situation, and some churches have the best for their pastors in mind, and others are just struggling to survive. Thank you.
Madam Moderator, Jennifer Evans requests to be recognized.
We'll hear from Jennifer Evans now.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I understand that the Board of Pension has done a lot of research from what I've read and heard today and understand. I'm wondering if you all could speak to, today we have talked about the greater church and how entities work together. I am wondering if someone can speak to how the Board of Pensions had worked with, perhaps recognizing that it is not under the constitutional rule, but in effort to work with the greater church, how the Board of Pensions may have worked with Presbyterian Foundation or the Greater Presbyterian Church, and hearing from pastors directly what a sustainable model might look like outside of the individual research that Board of Pensions has done, because I too have experienced this similar situation where we've heard of people who have gotten calls saying, congratulations, you're going to be saving money, and they're calling a pastor who is in the middle of in vitro, trying to have a child. The same situation I've heard where pastors are being told by their sessions, well, we can't afford to give you a cost of increase of living increase raise. This is going to be a raise for the next 10 years. So I think that this is really something that, while we would like to think that churches are truly trying to work out the best interest of their pastors, as I heard before, survival holds a lot of strength in things. And so I wondered if you could speak to that, please.
Was your question asked to anyone in particular, Jen?
Thank you. I'm wondering maybe if Frank or
sure.
There was I'm sorry, Frank, if you want to give it a whirl, that would probably be a great place to start. And then if you would like to toss that to somebody else, that would be fine too.
That's great. Thank you very much, Jen, for that question. The board has pursued an extensive conversation throughout the church. Beginning in January of 2023, we began bringing in small groups of leaders to guide the work as we began to explore these areas, mid-council leaders, national leaders, the former moderators of the General Assembly. We moved from that to extensive meetings with mid-councils. We brought in over 300 mid-council leaders in April of 2023. Throughout the summer, we continued to have those meetings. We moved some of those online so that more people could participate. We had over 500 people participate in those online meetings. We continued meetings with presbyteries. Our church consultants were in the field. And in the fall of 2023, we were available for 3.5 full days at the Mission and Polity Conference. We presented nationally there. We had breakout rooms for anyone who wanted to talk with us, and we gathered extensive information. I met personally with every agency executive of the other agencies and their HR people so that we could get their input as to what they saw. We got universal support across those agencies. We continued that work. We met with our board and our healthcare committee and our board as an entirety 6 times over that period. We then, based on their direction, developed the specifics of the benefits plan. It's about 128 pages, for which I apologize, but these are very complicated things, which we then presented to both our executive committee and our board. Our board is very much answerable to the General Assembly. All 30 members are elected by the General Assembly, and all 30 voted unanimously for this new benefits plan and the transitional plan that was created that will give us the time to assess enrollment and find out what changes, subsidies, or dues packages might be needed in 2028. To your point on small churches, churches are different. We acknowledge that. Some congregations may or may not work in their pastor's best interest. I regret that. But I don't believe, as a Christian and a member of this denomination my entire life, that we can direct congregations to make faithful decisions. I think we have to trust those who are on sessions to make the most faithful decision in their own context. We have found clearly that centralized rulemaking has not worked for this denomination. When we changed the lay employee package of benefits to be transparent and give local choice, instead of seeing people eliminated, we have had over 100% new enrollment, almost 6,000 new enrollees, because people could form their own decisions and make their own choices for their own context. That's the reality. And that was one of the principles that our board looked at, which is transparency, flexibility, and allowing people to craft their own solutions in their own local context. Thanks for your question.
Okay, I think we have one more question from Thomas Lewis, and then we'll hear from Melissa about process.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. We heard one of our speakers discuss the fact that another denomination, I believe it was the ELCA, has a graduated system. And I just would like to ask Mr. Spencer if he could speak to the discernment process that the Board of Pensions went through. And did you consider such a system and other potential models and look at what other denominations were doing in this vein?
Tom, thank you for that question. Yes, we did. We looked at that in detail. Let me answer the first question second. There is no denomination in America other than Presbyterians that provide family coverage at no cost to the minister. So we looked at every other denomination with which we are in ecumenical relationship, including 100% of the mainline Protestant denominations. Did we consider a graduated system? Yes, we did. The board has 3 healthcare programs: the PPO, preferred provider, the EPO, an exclusive provider, which pays no out-of-network benefits, and the high deductible health plan. And although those 2 lower cost plans are indeed good plans, they are the best they can be for what they are, but they do not cover the same percentage of expected costs that the PPO does. The PPO covers in the high 80s of all costs. That makes it a platinum plan. Now, why did we ultimately decide only to offer the PPO for installed ministers? And the answer is because that's what they have now. We didn't want to change any of the benefits. I heard questions earlier about care for women's issues and gender affirming issues. All those are still included. We didn't want to change the benefits at all. And so, yes, we have made dependent care optional in the future plan, but we thought it was much easier for ministers who are currently covered to understand that their coverage is exactly the same. And that what we didn't want to have happen, quite honestly, is we didn't want those at the high end of the pay scale to select the PPO and drive the ministers at the lower end of the pay scale into a high deductible plan, because we know that's not as good. And so what we did instead is we kept our graduated income sensitive pricing, a minimum of 6,000 at the lowest compensated folks, a maximum of 17,000 at the top. And so we are subsidizing those who are paid less by using a percentage of effective salary, 16%, and we are charging those at the high end a premium. And so the board decided, keeping that community nature and keeping everyone enrolled in the same plan and not creating the complication of potentially pushing folks down the scale of reimbursement, was the wisest thing to do in a time of transition. Now, we may make that choice differently for 2028, but we need to see the enrollment data between now and then, so that we are operating from a place of knowledge and not a place of anecdote.
Okay, thank you. We're going to let Melissa explain the process, and then we're going to take a break.
Ooh, all right. Deep breathing, everyone. I don't know about you, but in seminary, I did not have a chance to take a class in how to be an insurance broker, but you were in luck because I took one on polity. So here's what we're going to do. From here, we're going to take a break, and we're also hoping that gives you all as the committee time to do all of your technology inputting, because when we come back from that break, we're going to need a motion. So you have the item of business before you, and you've got some options. You can make a motion to approve. You can approve and put that in front of us. We can do some amending. We can do some commenting. There's always that option to disapprove with a comment if you would like. There is that option to refer. So those are the possibilities for the motions before you. And a reminder, we need you to put it in PC Biz, but that's not the last step, because you have to also be recognized. So make sure you also put yourself in the queue to be recognized to be able to make that motion. So how long of a break are we going to get to do all of this?
It is now about 5 minutes to 11. Let's say, let me tell you first that while you're on break, you may want to just take a glance at PC Biz for our next item of business, just if you want to separate a little, because we've got the resolutions coming up, and particularly for number 30, there are some documents that you may want to take a look at from PILP, ACOR, and the foundation that are found in PC Biz under our committee and under files. So and I bet you all thought we were going to be done before lunch today, since we took care of all of those minutes and all of that information. Well, shame on you for thinking that, because we still got some ways to go. But let's just take a break for 15 minutes or so, maybe 20, and come back at 11:15. Thanks.
And we do have a motion on the floor, Madam Moderator. Do you want to say anything before we begin?
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
I mean, you could get me talking, but I think people want to eat lunch. So just another reminder, folks, we put the motions into PC Biz, and then you also need to be recognized for them. And those motions will be handled in the order in which they appear for recognition.
Madam Moderator, it's 11:15.
We're ready to start.
Madam Moderator, we have Robin Jennings with a motion on the floor.
Okay, Robin Jennings, please tell us your motion. And identify yourself, please.
Robin Jennings, ruling elder, Redstone Presbytery. My motion is a motion to amend, asking the General Assembly to work with the Board of Pensions to explore adjustments to the medical dues plan for pastors and spouse or families to help alleviate the burden on small congregations and present new options for medical coverage for pastoral leaders needing family coverage in 26 and beyond.
Okay, I'm going to take that, Melissa.
I am so excited that we want to amend things. That is great fun for me. We need a motion to amend first. So we need someone who will move to approve the recommendation as it appears before us. Once we get that on the floor, we can amend it. Let's do it.
Get those fingers typing. And don't forget to seek recognition after you put the motion in the queue.
Madam Moderator, Elizabeth Troyer has a motion on the floor.
Okay, Elizabeth Troyer, you're being recognized.
I made a motion to approve the motion that was presented to us, whatever Melissa just said.
Thank you, Liz. Oh, thank you, Liz. So what I am hearing the motion is that we that you are, I am not, you are making a motion to recommend approval of our item of business before us, GAEC-28.
Is there a second?
There is a second.
Okay. All right, Liz, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I approve whatever, I'm in favor of whatever actions we can do to help influence the Board of Pensions decision-making process. So I'm hoping this will get us started on a pathway down that road.
Okay, now Robin, we're going to go back to you with your amendment and ask you to speak on that.
Given what we heard from both from I would say a legal standpoint, and as what the purview of GA is based on rules that predate us. What I worked to do was to amend the language that would allow us to approve the overture with amendments that puts us in conversation with the Board of Pensions, understanding that we cannot mandate them to do things, but we can partner with them.
Okay, and is there a second to the motion?
Yeah, Madam Moderator, there is a second.
Okay, we have a second to the motion. Are there any questions on the motion or anyone who would like to speak in favor or against as soon as Melissa tells it?
Franzetta, you're the best. Just so that we do know, what we are discussing right now is the amendment to the motion. And that is to strike the word ensure, insert the word explore, insert the words are made after adjustments. We are striking out, eliminating, and the undo, inserting to help alleviate, and also striking out ensure new and inserting options. So it reads as this: General Assembly work with the Board of Pensions to explore adjustments are made to medical plans for pastors and spouses or families to help alleviate the burden on small congregations and present options for medical coverage for pastoral leaders needing family coverage in 2026 and beyond. So right now, friends, we are discussing the amendment.
Don't be shy about asking any questions or speaking in favor or against the motion, because the next step is voting on the motion.
The amendment. We're voting on the amendment.
That's what I meant.
Madam Moderator, Jennifer Evans asked to be recognized.
Okay, Jennifer Evans.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. It's a clarity question. The end of the sentence says for medical coverage for pastoral leaders needing family coverage in 2026 and beyond. Does it need to say spouse or family coverage? I'm not quite sure how Board of Pensions differentiates. Just a clarity question.
From a parliamentary procedural response here, Jen, the original recommendation indicates just family coverage. So if further amendments need to be made to that effect, we'll need to first perfect this amendment and vote on it. And then you could go ahead and do whatever kind of magic you would like with amendments for that clarification.
Madam Moderator, we do not have anyone speaking for or against. Wait, Madam Moderator, speaking against the amendment is Caitlin Garland.
Okay, Caitlin Garland.
I think what I was going to say might have partially been answered by Melissa. I had the same question that Jen had, and also I'm willing to offer an amendment to change small congregations to all congregations. Right, I serve in a medium-ish. I'm an associate, and my position has been considered, to be decreased or eliminated because of the current dues plan. So I think if we could extend that, not just small congregations, but all congregations.
And Caitlin, much like Jen's, this would be another amendment, and we're gonna have all the fun with amendments because I'm hearing the need for clarification here. So we've got this amendment before us. Let's perfect that and vote on that. And then anyone else who wants to make further amendments to the main motion, we can do that.
Madam Moderator, Patricia Tracy would like to speak against the amendment.
Okay, we'll hear from Patricia Tracy.
Just like to say that I don't want us to back ourselves into a corner like we did yesterday when we had an amendment to the amendment and then we couldn't amend again. So I would just encourage everybody to have full discussion before we try to amend the amendment.
Okay. Pat Tracy, can you just turn your video on?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Do you need me to speak again?
No, we
No.
just wanted to verify that was you.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator, there are no further individuals speaking against, for, or wanting recognition.
I'm going to have Melissa restate the motion and tell us
The amendment.
You all know what I'm talking about. The amendment.
We do. And let's make sure that the body fully understands what we are doing by amending this motion. So I'm going to read it. And again, if you have questions, it is your right as a body to fully understand what you're voting on. We want to make sure you do. So the amendment before us is to amend the motion to read, General Assembly work with the Board of Pensions to explore adjustments are made to medical dues plans for pastors and spouses or families to help alleviate burden on small congregations and present options for medical coverage for pastoral leaders needing family coverage in 2026 and beyond.
Madam Moderator, we have a point of order from Colin Pettigrew.
Okay, we will hear from Colin Pettigrew.
Just to clarify, I guess for folks, Melissa, I think you've done a great job explaining this, but when we approve this amendment and we want to amend it further before we approve that motion, we can do that. So while I'm talking right now, if somebody wanted to go ahead and be working on making a correction or amendment to this one, whether it passes or goes down, then we can.
So if this amendment passes, it becomes the main motion.
Right.
And you can still amend.
Right.
We love amendments. Let's make this motion what you all want it to be. Our job is to help you do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I think it's time to call for the vote on the amendment. Okay. You show the results with 38 votes. Okay, 36 have voted in favor of approving the amendment. There are 2 votes against the amendment. The majority has voted to approve the amendment.
So now, Madam Moderator, this is the main motion. The main motion that is before us is amendable.
Madam Moderator, we have amendment or motion from Leah Nutwala. Is that an amendment that she's putting forward, or?
I am looking, you can recognize her and then we can find out what I've got a few things from her, so see what she's doing.
Okay, Leah.
Sorry.
Well,
Yes,
welcome back.
this is hi. This is Leah Twala, TEC Presbytery of Geneva. Yes, I had a motion to amend what we just approved. That would eliminate the word small and add the word spousal or child. So it would read motion to amend the General Assembly work with the Board of Pensions to explore adjustments are made to medical dues plans for pastors and spouses or families to help alleviate the burden on congregations and present options for medical coverage for pastoral leaders needing family, spousal, or child coverage in 2026 and beyond.
Madam Moderator, Thomas White seeks to be recognized.
So
Thomas
we
Lewis.
need a second on the motion first.
Okay.
I'm getting this process stuff. Okay, is there
You have a second?
All right. Now we'll go to Thomas Lewis with a question.
Madam Moderator, I would like to defer my question until we have perfected the motion.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other questions? Or anyone speaking in favor or against the motion?
Madam Moderator, Gary Galloway would like to speak against.
Gary Galloway, you're recognized now.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Gary Galloway, REC at Coastal Carolina. I think leaving small in there is better. The idea, I think if we just go to congregations, it's going to lose the thrust of of the resolution and of who we heard this morning. Kind of like if everybody's special, nobody's special. If everybody wants relief, I think those smaller congregations, it may not have the impact that we're looking for. So on that, I think I prefer staying with small or smaller that retains the emphasis. That's it.
Madam Moderator, Robin Jennings would like to speak in favor of the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, we'll hear from Robin Jennings.
I appreciate what Gary stated. My concern is that I believe every congregation is burdened by the cost of benefits. And as a person who actually works in healthcare and we administer benefits and our company is self-insured and I have been part of our wellness communications over years, the burden is, while I can say that our CEO probably doesn't feel it as much as a housekeeper does, the cost of benefits is, it's oppressive everywhere. And so I think that we do better by the church to have everyone in the church, in the denomination, having benefits that are affordable regardless of what your take-home pay is.
Madam Moderator, Patricia Tracy would like to speak against the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, we'll hear from Patricia Tracy.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would like us to take a moment to look at the word alleviate. I don't believe we will ever alleviate the burden of medical insurance and medical care in the current medical condition in our nation. I would suggest that we might change the word alleviate to diminish the burden.
Out of order.
Okay.
Madam Moderator, that is out of order.
Okay, thank you.
Do I need to go on and make an?
I'm going to let Melissa explain why this comment was out of order.
And I am a huge fan of Robert's Rules of Order being a resource and a tool to help us do what we are trying to do. So what we can do here, right now we are talking about the amendments, which is to take out small and insert spousal or child. So we can deal with that amendment first and vote on it, and then we come back to that main motion. And if you would like to amend that word alleviate, your turn, and then we can talk about that. We're doing what's called perfecting the motion, and we'll get there and we'll support each other in doing it. So I hope that helps.
Madam Moderator, Elizabeth Troyer would like to speak against.
Okay, we'll hear from Elizabeth Troyer.
Hi, I hear the concern about associate pastor positions also being vulnerable. But I really think that this impact is going to be disproportionately felt by small churches, and that was the main thrust of this proposal. Small churches are going to have to close, and that's an impact degree that is different, or lose their pastoral leadership altogether. And I believe that impact degree is different than other churches, and and coming from small churches who often feel like their voice is not heard in the larger conversation, I want to honor that those churches have a special or a deeper degree maybe of impact that they're feeling with this decision. And so I think it's important to protect that and to honor that. There may be other ways we can get around talking about the associate pastor situation that could also honor that too, but I don't want to lose the word small. I think it's important.
Madam Moderator, Suzanne Wilson requests to speak against.
Okay, we will hear from Suzanne Wilson.
I just wanted, Suzanne Wilson, ruling elder, Pines Presbytery. I just wanted to echo the small. It seems to, removing that seems to take away the spirit of the initial, can't remember the words, what these are called, not the overture, the initial overture. It seems to take the spirit as if we're rewriting what the group who submitted this to us for consideration initially intended. At least that's how I read it. So I would like to add that to the conversation.
Madam Moderator, Brian Haroff would like to speak in favor of the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you. Brian Haroff.
I don't want to speak about the small, but about the spousal. As I understand the amendment, we are also putting in spousal. And while I understand what the Board of Pensions is doing with relying on spouses to have corporate insurance, that makes the travel of a minister looking for a job much more difficult. You cannot take a job in another state if you have to transfer a spouse with their insurance. So I do want to maintain that as we talk about this small versus not small.
Madam Moderator, no one else is at this time seeking recognition. Well, Madam Moderator, Deborah Love would like to speak against the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, we'll hear from Deborah Love.
Yes, Deborah Love from Presbyterian Shepherd in Lapsley. I think it's really important that we leave the word small in. I think it has more of an impact if we leave small congregations in.
Madam Moderator, Linwood Bagby would like to speak in favor of the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, we'll hear from Linwood Bagby.
Aye.
And I just was reminded to remind everyone speaking that you need to identify yourselves on the screen.
Thank you. Linwood Bagby, ruling elder, commissioner of the Northeast Presbytery. I would like to keep small congregations two in there too, because we heard I heard compelling testimony from the small congregation. And the second is this, we said pastors and spouses or families. What does families include? Does that gay, lesbian, transgender pastors? Or are we just assuming that? Should we add that to it to make sure they're included, or are they already included in the pension plan? I don't know about that.
Madam Moderator, Peter Ahn would like to speak against the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, we'll hear from Peter on.
Peter Ahn, PEC from Philadelphia. I would also like to have the word small in there. I don't know if there's a way to, partly because I don't want the small churches to be drowned out in this. I think we really do need pastors to stay in their small congregations. There's so many small congregations. And in too many cases, when pastors have to move on, I think we need to think of it in a big picture, because it is no longer sustainable. So the congregation that is eventually becomes at the mercy of how well their COM liaison or AC function. Many small congregations at that point have lost connectional functionality with their respective presbytery. I think a long term, I think this could be a better investment even. What a hopeful picture when a pastor with family and energy and imagination can stay with their small congregation. What a hopeful picture that is for our denomination as well. So could this really be considered even investment?
Madam Moderator, Sherry O'Bannon would like to speak against the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, we'll hear from Sherry O'Bannon.
Sherry O'Bannon, ruling elder, Prospect Hill. The reason being is I am part of a small, and not only just a small congregation, but a small area with probably about a 50-mile radius of mostly small churches. And when I think about what each one of us small churches do for what we're supposed to be doing, feeding the hungry, visiting the sick, that would all be gone because the churches in the rural area just won't make it.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. So Linwood posed a question that we're going to call in Ashley DeTarbert to respond to.
Thank you. Ashley D. Tarbert, resource person for ACWI, the LGBTQI plus advocacy committee. Linwood, to answer your question, yes. All types of families, I believe the way that it is currently delineated is parents and children, but that is regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity. So if you are covered under the PCOSA plan and you have family coverage, it does include that, even if you are part of a same-sex couple or regardless of the combination of orientations or gender identities.
Thank you, Ashley.
Madam Moderator, Spencer Holman has a question. Would like to be recognized.
Okay, we'll recognize Spencer Holman.
My question is, can we amend the amendment at this point to put small back in?
So, we're going to hear from Melissa.
Hi, friends. This conversation has been really helpful, and we're hearing a lot of different perspectives. So here is a suggestion that I am going to make, because this right now we have amendment. So just a primary amendment to the main motion. This amendment is in two parts, though. You have the elimination of the word small, and then you have the insertion of the word spousal or child. Someone, whatever lucky person would like to do this, could divide the question. So we could take those as two separate amendments on the floor and vote for them separately, rather than worrying about if we vote yes, we're going to eliminate this and that. So someone wants to make a motion to divide the question. It's not debatable. It'll need a second. We will not be able to reconsider it, but we could take these as two separate amendments, I think.
So
And please, friends, don't forget to seek recognition in the little box.
Madam Moderator, Leah Natwala has a motion.
Okay, we'll hear from Leah.
Hi,
forget to
Leah TEC, Presbytery of Geneva. I feel like we do get to learn a lot about each other in these, even on Zoom, and it's going to be even more in person. And one of which is I like to just talk about the business so that it can have action. So I am voting, I am moving that we divide the question.
And then we need a second.
Madam Moderator, we have a second.
Okay, we're going to take a vote. As soon as we get that together. Don't go anywhere, just hang on.
Not, it's not debatable. The divide is not debatable.
So we'll call for the question. Call for the motion.
Call for the vote.
All right, so the first thing is a vote to divide the question. It's ready for you in my GA PC biz. Okay, we can close the vote at 42 votes. We have 39 in favor of dividing the question and 3 against. The majority has voted in favor of dividing the question. Thank you.
So now Madam Moderator, this is divided. So we're going to take this one at a time, these amendments. So the first one we are going to talk about is to amend the motion to strike small. So if you vote yes, you want small tossed out. If you vote no, you want small left in. And I know that's confusing. It's confusing even as I say it out loud. But we can take questions, debate, or go right to the vote. And I can say that confusing sentence one more time.
All right, let's just see if we have any questions about that. Tell them, Melissa. We're just getting it ready.
We're doing all the fun tech stuff. And we want to get it in front of you in a way that makes sense to you, again, because it's important for the body to know what they're voting on. Just go right to pastoral leaders for now. To pastoral leaders. So folks, we're just trying to get this in a way that makes sense to you in terms of the fact that we have divided the question. So it's going to look a little wonky because it's a partial sentence. So if you have questions about it, just let us know. Basically, what we want you to see is that small is struck out and what you're voting. You got it. All right, if everyone will take a look at their screen just to make sure that you see it, you know what we're voting on. So we just chopped off the last part of the sentence. The amendment that we are making is that if you are voting yes, you want to eliminate the word small. If you vote no, you want small to stay in.
Okay, I think, can we ask a question now? Ralphetta has a question.
Does it pertain to the amendment?
That it does.
No,
No.
I don't have her.
Ralphetta was one of our,
Oh, gotcha.
from the ACC.
Good afternoon.
Not relevant. Yep.
Not relevant.
I'm
All right.
sorry. We can't allow you to speak at this time. Okay, so no other questions. Are you ready for the vote?
There are no questions, Madam Moderator.
Time.
Yes.
Does everyone want me to say it one more time?
Please do.
Okay. Ready? So to vote yes, you are voting to eliminate, to do away with the word small. To vote no is to keep small in there. If you like small, vote no. Vote yes if you want it eliminated.
Okay, we're ready now. Okay, we'll close the vote at 44 responses. We have 7 yes votes and 37 no votes. So the majority has voted in favor of not eliminating small. Now,
All right.
Melissa.
Yep. So we're going to give Sherry just a minute so that we can put it up on the screen in front of you. So what you have voted is to keep the word small in this amendment. And this part of the division is done. Now we come to the second part. Sherry, if you would put the whole amendment so that everyone can see it now that we got that first part done. And what we'll be looking at for this second vote is the insertion of, I believe it's spouse and children, if I'm remembering the language correctly. spouse, or child. So we're going to give Sherry just a minute so that everyone can see that. And then we will open for questions or any further debate on that amendment.
Madam Moderator, has the amendment now been perfected?
No.
No, okay.
Yep.
Okay, we're ready for the vote. Yes. Wait a minute.
So we'll make sure that everyone understands what we are doing and if making sure there are no other questions. So what we are voting now is the insertion of spousal or child, and this is an amendment to this main motion.
Madam Moderator, Elizabeth Troyer seeks to be recognized.
Okay, Elizabeth Troyer.
I think I'm too early. I had a question about after we're done with this, about other wording.
Okay.
So come back to me.
So if everyone understands what we're doing, we'll go ahead, Madam Moderator, with your magic words to take that vote on inserting spousal or child.
We're ready for that vote. Okay. We'll end the count at 44 votes. We have 36 votes who have voted yes and 8 votes that have voted no. The majority is that we add spousal or child. And now we're going to take a pause.
The reason for the pause, friends, is what we want to be able to do is to be able to put the main motion in front of you. We've done a lot of great amending, and we want to make sure that you are able to see in one big hunk what the motion is now as we've amended and divided questions and done all of this, what it is before you. We also have a request from the ACC that as we have perfected and worked really hard on this motion, that they have an opportunity to comment. And that's up to you, moderator.
All right, we'll address that after the pause, right? Okay.
How long, madam?
So give us 5 minutes.
Mute.
We'll have you call them back.
We're back.
Must need another break. Okay. I'm gonna call on Melissa to let you know where we are.
Hello, friends. Two things that I love about being parliamentarian, my helpful little cards and post-it notes. This card says main motion, and this card helps me to remember that what we have in front of you and what our recorder Sherry put into PC Biz is that we now have a main motion. So we have an motion before us. That motion will need action. It's still amendable. So what the committee leadership was talking about is, dear committee, do you need lunch to refuel because you still have more things that you want to say, more items to debate, more amendments to bring, but you need to be nourished first? Or do you want to keep going? So those are the two options, and I'll turn it back over to the moderators to decide that.
So we need to hear from you. Let us know what your pleasure is.
Madam Moderator, James Luckett wants the question called.
Okay.
Madam Moderator, the question has been called, which I also have a wonderful card for as well. This is taking the motion and it is immediately calling for the vote on the motion in front of us unless he's asking for lunch. But technically, calling the question means he's calling for the vote.
Madam Moderator, Margaret Shonen is calling for a point of order.
Okay. Let's just hear from James Luckett to make sure that what he put in the queue is exactly what he was asking for.
Yeah, I agree with the parliamentarian. I believe we're ready to vote and we can wrap this up before our lunch.
Madam Moderator, they need to vote on calling the question. And so that goes before the body right now, which to call the question is to close all debate and move right to a vote on GAEC, whatever the number is.
28.
28. Thank you.
Okay, so is there a second to the motion to call the question?
Yes, Madam Moderator, there is a second.
Okay.
Ready to vote.
We're ready to vote on the motion to call the question.
Two-thirds is required for this to pass.
And that number would be?
Yes, you can close it. You need 28.
34.
Okay. We needed 2/3 of the vote to call the question. We have 34 in favor of
calling the question.
Calling the question, so we'll go forward with
Go
the
to the
vote.
vote.
So friends, what that means at this time is that we are moving forward on voting for or against the main motion as it appears in front of you. This is approving the whole motion.
Call for the vote.
We're ready to call for the vote.
Hello, all. Just so you're clear on what you're voting on, what will come up on your screen is GAEC-28 on asking the General Assembly to work with the Board of Pensions to adjust the medical plan as amended. So you'll be voting yes or no.
Okay, we can close it at 43 votes.
Yes, it's approved.
Okay, we have 41 yes votes, 2 no votes. The vote is approved.
Let's do lunch.
Did you all hear Ralph? Ralph's stomach is growling over here, but not as loud as mine. So we are going to take a lunch break, everyone, until 1 o'clock. See you in 50 minutes.
Ooh.
1
Let me-
o'clock already?
Madam Moderator, it is indeed 1 o'clock.
All right, party people, we're in the final stretch and heading home or somewhere.
To Salt Lake.
Okay, all right. So, you know, I'm looking at an agenda for today, and it didn't include that prayer that we didn't do yesterday either before lunch. And we had somebody that was on deck to do the prayer.
And I have asked Lori Davis if she would like to offer a closing prayer today.
Well, Lori,
at the time we do our closing worship.
well, we don't want to give Lori too many assignments today. So, Ralph, how about
just Ralph?
Reverend Ralph, why don't you just open us back up with a prayer?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Lord be with you.
And also with you.
Let us pray. Lord, we do thank you for all the work that we have accomplished, for this time that we have been in each other's company and in yours, for your grace, for your love, for your strength, for your comfort, for your presence. We are so grateful. Would ask now that as we go into the rest of this day, continue to walk with us, continue to guide and direct all our deliberations, that truly all that we might say and do would be a reflection of your love, the love that you hold for all of us and we hold for each other. Bless this church, your people, all that we share together. As we go forward, we may do so in your love and in your name. For this we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. All right, so all of these people are my favorite people around this table, and you may think that Melissa is my favorite because I call on her the most, but only because of her role. They're all my favorite. So we're going to first start with Melissa to address some issues that have been raised this morning, and so that we're just on the right track. Melissa?
Thank you, Francetta. Love is like pie, not like pie. There's so much of it. It just keeps growing. Hi, friends. I hope you had a wonderful lunch. And I want to come back to a question that Justin asked quite a while ago. Justin, I have not forgotten about you because Post-it notes. The question had to do with reconsidering a vote. Can we reconsider a vote? The answer is yes. Our friend Robert, who likes to tell us how to do things, says that we can reconsider. You all can reconsider a vote. Someone has to make a motion, but in order to reconsider a vote, you, as the maker of that motion, had to have voted yes on the motion before, if that is not confusing enough. So if you want to reconsider a vote, you had to have voted yes on it before. Okay. The body has to agree by a 2/3 vote to reconsider and bring back that motion. So I am seeing also in the queue here under PC Biz, folks who have submitted amendments to items that we have already voted on. We can't amend the item that has already been done with, dealt, and taken off the table unless you reconsider the vote. And I can walk us through that at any point in time if someone wants to make a motion to reconsider. Otherwise, Madam Moderator, I throw the love back to you.
Got it. Thank you, Melissa. Okay, so the first item of business this afternoon is GAEC 30, which is a recommendation that reads, the commissioners of the 226th General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church USA recommend that the 226th General Assembly direct all agencies of the Presbyterian Church USA to establish a family and medical leave policy for all staff to include 12 weeks of fully paid leave. So we've got some people on deck to speak to that. Just going to check my list. And we have advocates Stephanie Sorge and Loudon Young. They will be allowed, only one of them is going to speak for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Stephanie Sorga. I am the teaching elder commissioner from Shenandoah Presbytery. I believe that the overture and rationale, combined with the witness of so many in the church who have been working tirelessly for paid family and medical leave over the years, really speak for themselves. Paid leave, as outlined, is critical and it should be offered to everyone. And absent basic provisions for such at the national level, the church ought to lead by example while we continue to advocate for better national policies. This is a matter of justice and parity within the church, and I urge the committee members to commend its approval to the General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have from the ACC, Greg Goodweiler or Ralphetta Aker, who will be allowed to speak for 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, moderator committee. The advisory committee on the Constitution advises the
Let
220.
me just hold you 1 minute, Ralphetta, because
Are you hearing Carla?
I'm hearing somebody.
She's talking to Polity, so hold on just a moment.
All right, so we'll
I'll
need you to move.
begin.
Okay, thank you.
The General Assembly or the from the Judicial Commission of the Assembly has spoken on particulars of the commission. We will see in those. Okay. Let's see if I can do this again.
All right. We know
The
you can.
The Advisory Committee on the Constitution for the 226th General Assembly advises on the following GAEC 30. And it recommends that the General Assembly direct all agencies of the Presbyterian Church to establish a family and medical leave policy for all staff to include 12 weeks of fully paid leave. It goes on to define application of the policy. As the resolution does not define the term agencies, for purposes of this advice, the Advisory Committee on the Constitution assumes the term to refer collectively to the Office of General Assembly, the Presbyterian Publishing Corporation, the Presbyterian Investment and Loan Program, the Board of Pensions, the Presbyterian Foundation, and the Presbyterian Mission Agency. The General Assembly's relationships with an authority over the agencies of the General Assembly is complicated. The agencies have separate and distinct corporate identities and fiduciary duties under applicable federal and state law. And the Presbyterian Investment and Loan Program, the Board of Pensions, and the Presbyterian Foundation in particular function in heavily regulated systems. For that reason, the Advisory Committee on the Constitution regularly advises the Assembly to avoid language that directs or mandates specific actions of the agencies, or to instead use language that urges or encourages. The Advisory Committee on the Constitution notes that GAEC 30 addresses personal matters, not fiduciary relationships. The Advisory Committee on the Constitution further notes that the corporations were established in accordance with the Book of Order language, which at the time stated among the responsibilities of the General Assembly to establish and superintend the agencies and task force necessary for its work. And this is in accordance with Book of Order until 2011. And so, for example, Deliberation implementing a design for the corporate structure of certain agencies of the General Assembly adopted by the 198th General Assembly in 1986, and the modified by the 199th General Assembly in 1987, and the 214th General Assembly states that the Articles of Incorporation of Central Treasury Corporation and Fiduciary Corporation shall provide for their governance and subordination of the General Assembly and the General Assembly Council to substantially substantially the following effect. All business and affairs of the said corporation shall be conducted by the directors under the subject of the direction of the General Assembly or for other officers or agencies thereof unto duly authorized so forth as such direction shall be lawful. The Advisory Committee on the Constitution therefore advises the Assembly that if it adopts the proposed language directing the agencies to adopt family medical leave policies that include 12 weeks of paid family leave, it will still be up to the corporate directors of those agencies and their legal counsels to determine whether doing so is lawful in their jurisdictions. I'm available for questions should there be any.
Thank you. All right, I think we also have Joanne Sharp as an advocate.
Thank you, moderator. I am Joanne Sharp, ruling elder from St. Augustine Presbytery, and I am representing the Advocacy Committee for Women and Gender Justice. This is my 5th General Assembly where I have spoken or worked on family leave. I also served on the task force that was formed by the 223rd General Assembly to put family leave in the Book of Order, which was approved at the 225th General Assembly and ratified last year by the presbyteries. I also sit on the board of directors of the A Corporation of the Presbyterian Church. And the A Corp in January of 2024 approved family leave policy for all of its employees, which include Office of General Assembly, Presbyterian Mission Agency, and Administrative Services Group. Moderator, it is the opinion of the Advocacy Committee for Women and Gender Justice that it is past time for all of the other agencies to come on board in this crucial justice issue for all employees, no matter which agency they work for. We recommend approval of this resolution, and I am available to answer questions. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you. Not aware of anyone else in the lineup, and so we will open it up for questions from the committee. Don't be shy.
Madam Moderator, I've received no questions.
Okay. So we can go forward with the recommendation.
Madam Moderator, Rex Daly wishes to be recognized.
Okay, Rex Daly.
Okay, I have a question, and I don't know, did I miss the deal when you said, is it still okay to ask a question?
Yes, it is.
Am I understanding that this 12 weeks is per incident per year for all church employees, pastors, whether they're installed or not installed? Because if that is the way that I'm understanding this, if you have 5 people in your family and it just like the pandemic and it just dominoes down, this could devastate small churches.
We'll have someone respond to that. . Stephanie, are you able to respond to that question?
Yes, I believe so. This would direct the agencies of the GA to provide the leave. And as far as I know, there are no congregations that fall under that in terms of employment. So this would not impact congregational personnel and personnel relationships.
Are there any other questions? Okay.
Oh, no, we don't, and the motion's on the floor yet.
I think a question just came in.
Madam Moderator, Terry Sherman, request to be recognized.
Okay, Terry Sherman, you have a question?
Yes, directed to either of them. Where it talks about death of a family member, will that be anybody, like 12th cousin twice removed, or do we need to spell out that it's immediate family, or do we need to put some phrases in that, or will it just be up to whoever to decide death of who?
All right, Stephanie, are you able, or Joanne? Joanne is muted and I see her lips moving.
Madam Moderator, that would be up to the agency to decide within their policy how far they would go with family. Typically, it is immediate family to include parents-in-law. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Moderator, Leah Natala, request to be recognized.
Okay, Leah, Natala.
Hi, I'm Leah Ntwala, TEC from the Presbytery Geneva. My question is, it says the agencies. Could you just specify which, like, is this the agencies that Rachel has been giving us the learnings about that fall under, or is it broader or narrower than that?
They weren't on our list getting those little learnings. So
I can answer that, Moderator.
Thank you.
The agencies are Presbyterian Publishing, Presbyterian Investment and Loan. I'm going through my list. OGA, PMA, and ASG, which are already covered. Board of Pensions. Is that 6, Madam Moderator? I feel like I'm missing somebody.
What about the foundation?
Yes, the foundation as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Moderator, Thomas Lewis, request to be recognized.
Okay, Thomas Lewis.
Yes, Tom Lewis, Teaching Elder Commissioner, North Alabama Presbytery. I've been mulling this over and I'm finding myself with confusion on a point. And if our advisory delegate from the AAC is still on board, did I understand her to say that they believe that this may violate some local laws? I'd like for some clarification on the legal ramifications of this.
I think that was Ralph Etta.
Yes, so the advisory committee in our comments indicated that each of these agencies are subject to their state and federal laws, and that if you were to pass this and take this action, that the paid family medical leave will still be up to the corporate directors of those agencies and their legal counsels to determine whether doing so is lawful within their jurisdictions.
Madam Moderator, Elizabeth Troyer is made a motion.
Okay, Elizabeth Troyer.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Troyer, Teaching Elder Commissioner from Salem Presbytery. I move that we approve this recommendation.
Is there a second? You have a second?
Do we have a second?
Okay, great.
Madam Moderator,
Yes.
Robin Jennings has withdrawn his, never mind.
Okay. Elizabeth Troyer, will you speak to your motion, please?
Yes, I believe that this motion brings the national agencies into alignment with our current Book of Order policy regarding ordained clergy staff, and also is just good general policy for all organizations and helps move us towards an important step towards caring for our folks who are in need of that kind of support. So I move this thing.
We got it. We know what thing you're talking about. All right, so is there any discussion on the motion? In favor or against?
Madam Moderator, Leah Natala would like to be recognized.
Okay, Leah, you have the floor.
Hi, this is Leanne Twala, TEC, Presbytery Geneva, Madam Moderator. This question is for our parliamentarian. If we wanted to add comment that would address the AACC's concerns, I'd like to put that in the comment. What is the process of doing that?
I bet Melissa knows that. Melissa?
At the danger of calling on me again, you could make an amendment to add the comment. So you would need to also submit that through the process here. It's not going to change I haven't seen it, so I can't comment exactly on what it will or won't do. But if you submit the language as the comment, we can take a look at it. But it would be an amendment.
Madam Moderator, Linwood Bagby would like to speak in favor of the motion.
Okay, Linwood Bagby.
Yes. In favor of the motion, absolutely. It's something I'm familiar with my former job before I retired. They did a 24-month period. But the one I'm considering is it always said, or someone who are considered family. As a single person, if something that happened to me, I have people around me that are considered family. You know what I mean? So they may not be related, but it's something that in the school system we negotiated that when we asked for the leave. So I don't know if something I should add to the motion or just put that out there to say, no. Should we go a little bit further to define who add someone who is considered family?
Madam Moderator, there are no further questions.
Since we know that there is an intention, verbal intention, to make an amendment, which would be the comment, do we want to give just a moment for that to take place in the fancy cues?
Sure.
In the fancy cues, will
Madam Moderator, Leah Natala has made a motion.
Leah, we may not get your name right before the end of the day, but you just keep saying it for us.
All right, Leah Twala, Presbytery of Geneva, TEC. I would like to add the language that that the Assembly direct the agencies to adopt these family leave policies to include 12 weeks of paid family leave, that it is still up to their corporate directors of the agencies and their legal counsels to determine whether doing so is lawful in their jurisdiction.
For clarification, before we get a second here, Leah, as I'm reading this looks like it is an amendment to the main motion and not a comment.
Oh, I meant it to be a comment.
Okay, so that is more in the encouragement and yay, we would love it if you did this, and not changing the substance of the motion
Yes.
as it reads. Okay, just what it's still considered amendment, but it's going to be a comment. Okay.
Okay. I think I got confused and changed the language to
It's
amendment
okay.
instead of
It's
comment.
okay.
But
It's okay.
yes.
I do too. It's all right. We're all trying to help each other, but as
Thank
long
you.
as the body itself understands what they're seconding and discussing, we'll be all right.
Madam Moderator, Gary Galloway would like to be recognized.
Okay, Gary Galloway.
Yeah, just
hold on 1 minute. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm going to let you talk this time, but
was.
We just need to verify that there was a second to Leah's motion. There was.
Okay.
Okay, Gary.
Yeah, I thought, I mean, this is a question of clarification. I thought somebody said this does not impact churches. And then later on, I heard somebody say it's time that we cover or ordained, and I can't remember ordained what. And so I want to make sure, does this affect pastors and churches, or is it just agencies, but not any of the churches in our denomination and their staff?
Stephanie, do you want to offer the clarification?
Thank you. Yes, thankfully, the family medical leave was passed and required now for all installed pastoral relationships. That is already in the Book of Order. And so that does apply to pastors. This would basically provide the same coverage to agency staff, which does not, there are no congregational leaders, as far as I know, that are employed by agencies unless there's some dual relationship, but it would not require any congregations that are not currently required to offer this to do so. That does not cover that jurisdiction.
All right, thanks. So what we're looking at here covers agencies. Yeah,
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Moderator, Peter Thompson would like to speak in favor.
Okay, we'll hear from Peter Thompson. You're on, Peter.
Peter Thompson, TEC Peaks Presbytery. I think the recommendation and the motion with comment is absolutely in line. And I think agencies should be afforded the same opportunities that we as teaching elders have within our congregations as well.
Okay.
Ready for your parliamentary clarification?
Absolutely.
As I'm not seeing anyone else in the queue either, and moderator and vice moderator are taking a look at me. So what we are doing here, friends, is we are approving or not, up to you, the amendment. The amendment is the comment that was submitted. So right now we either want the comment or we don't. The comment reads, please be advised the assembly that as the agencies adopt family leave policies that include 12 weeks of paid family leave, it will still be up to the corporate directors of those agencies and their legal counsel to determine whether doing so is lawful in their jurisdictions. That is the comment that we are voting on, if you want to include it or not.
Okay. Looks like we're ready for the vote. To approve the comment. Okay, with 41 votes in, we can close it. And the vote is 39 in favor of approving the comment, 3 votes in opposition to approving the comment. The majority rules and the comment is approved. Now I bet Melissa's going to tell us now we have to vote on the motion with the comment.
Now you got a motion with a comment, and that is the main motion that is before you. So, Madam Moderator, it would be appropriate if the body wanted to discuss further for or against, ask questions, amend, whatever they'd like to do with it.
All right.
Madam Moderator, Caitlin Gartland would like to be recognized.
Okay, we'll hear from Caitlin Garland. And please identify yourself.
Caitlin Gartland, teaching elder, Newcastle Presbytery. My question, I don't know if there's someone here who can answer it, is the agencies that currently don't have that policy in place, have they explored the potential ability to offer it?
All right, we've got some people to address that question. We have Claire Lewis. Okay, Claire Lewis, can you please identify yourself?
Yes, I'm Claire Lewis. I am the president of the Presbyterian Investment and Loan Program. And we do currently have family medical leave in our policies. That is up to 12 weeks. Currently as an employer with under 50 employees, we are not by law required to offer it, but we still do. We are currently in the process of updating our employee handbook to align with the new ASG changes to their handbook. So we have expanded what the definition of family is. It was not identified before, but we currently do offer family medical leave. What we don't have as part of that, which would be an expansion, it is 12 weeks for the death of a family member. So if we've got the ability to identify ourselves what family means, I think that would be helpful because, of course, family, again, if could extend beyond immediate family. So we would want to consider in our policies what that looks like for, if a elderly parent that has been ill dies, that is, it was not tragic, or then perhaps an employee doesn't necessarily need to take 12 weeks leave because of that.
Madam Moderator, Linwood Bagby requests to be.
Wait, before we get to Linwood,
okay.
I think we can hear from Monty Anderson.
Excuse me, Monty Anderson, Senior Vice President of Presbyterian Publishing Corporation. We are also in the process of updating our employee handbook to adopt the language in the ASG handbook. So as soon as we can get that done, we would implement the paid 12-week policy as ASG and PMA and OGA have in the past. So
it's already going.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator, Linwood Bagby requests to be recognized.
Hold on.
One more. Never mind.
We're not going to forget about you, Linwood, but we've got some other people on deck. We've got Troy Mirabellas to join us. And
Yes.
just identify yourself. I may have pronounced your name incorrectly.
That's quite all right. It's Marables like parables.
Got it.
My name is, thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Troy Marables. I'm the Senior Vice President and Director of Human Resources for the Presbyterian Foundation, a resource person. The Presbyterian Foundation, in response to prior General Assemblies, adopted 4 weeks of paid FMLA. I believe in the prior iteration of this, it was required that we do no less than what PMA was doing at the current time. And so we did adopt 4 weeks of paid FMLA in June of 2020. We are currently in the process of reviewing that in light of, the work of prior General Assemblies and the current work climate. We are trying to, stay competitive and also recognize the full humanity of our employees. So we are looking at expanding that to include 12 weeks of paid FMLA. We were taking that to our board in the fall. The piece that is a little unique is having the death that kind of goes outside of what FMLA typically covers. We have bereavement policies that cover that, and it does put some parameters around, who is considered immediate family. I think it was Terry that stated, we needed to define that. And if we have that ability, that will help us to further implement this. With us being a fiduciary agency, you can imagine if someone's processing securities and this person, we've got to do something in the meantime to continue to provide the support to the mission of the PCUSA. So the funds that benefit our churches and other organizations, we have to continue to cover for those individuals. It was another gentleman that stated that, if you have sequential deaths or multiple FMLA requirements, that could require a person to be out for a substantial part of the year. And so we just want to make sure that, I'm in favor of the spirit of this. And I just want to make sure that we are also considering, those kind of implications that if we direct, it could, and of course, we've got to look at our fiduciary, obligations.
Thank you, Troy.
Thank you.
Memorable like parable. And finally, we're going to hear from Frank Spencer.
Thank you, moderator. The Board of Pensions already has extensive paid leave and full FMLA, and we would have no problem conforming with this overture if it were passed. We probably already do, but it's in a number of different forms, but we're fully in support.
Okay.
Madam Moderator, Linwood Bagby would like to be recognized.
I told you we wouldn't forget about you, Linwood.
Linwood Bagby, ruling elder, commissioner, Presbyterian of New Jersey, Presbyterian of the Northeast of New Jersey. There's a lot to play there. I just want to make sure that when we talk, it says family and medical leave. Family leave can include adoption or foster children, and what are the other one? Adoption, foster children, and something else. I can't think of the third one. The people that I know of have taken leave. So is that assumed, or do we have to put that in there? Because I can see the medical, but would family also mean adopting kid, foster parent, and things like that? The bond with them.
We've got Melissa on deck.
Oh, I wish that my deck included a lawn chair and some sunshine at this point.
Coming.
Nevertheless, the motion as it reads, Linwood, is to direct all agencies of the Presbyterian Church USA to establish a family medical leave policy for all staff to include 12 weeks of fully paid leave. This shall apply to the following instances: birth, adoption, fostering of a child, death of a child, whether in utero or not, for example, miscarriage, death of a family member, caring for an ill family member, personal illness, or other instances as determined by each council, supervisor, human resources officer. So it covers all of the incidents that you were asking about. That is included as part of the motion.
Madam Moderator, Robin Jennings, request to be identified.
Okay, Robin Jennings.
My question, I think, is related to the person, I think from PILP, who said that they had less than 50 employees. in us adding language that would say whether it's lawful or within their jurisdiction to do this, it's under 50 employees, you are not required to do it. So under the law, they might not be required, but would we not wish that they would abide by what the other agencies would do? So it's just the use of the word lawful. It may be lawful to do it, that you don't have to have paid family leave, but would that be appropriate if all the other agencies are adopting such a policy?
Okay, so
Robin, your question sounds more like a legal question, which means that we would need to find someone, a resource person, which we can do, to answer that question.
let's see if Ralphetta can answer that question for us.
That question actually is outside of the purview of the ACC. The individual from the particular agency may be able to provide a response as to how they are implementing the family medical leave.
Okay, and who was that? Claire, can you join us again?
Certainly. So our current policy is follows family medical leave that is in our current employee handbook, even though we're not required to do so. So it is in our employee handbook that we offer it. I just mentioned that we don't have to, but that's something that we wanted to offer to our employees, regardless of whether by law we had to, but it is currently in our handbook. Now, it is slightly different for us right now is that FMLA, we do require that our employees use vacation, and they can hold back a certain number of days first before FMLA does come into question. So this would be a change for us in that it would be 12 weeks paid. So there would be budget implications for us, but certainly if this is the will of the body, we could certainly work within that.
Madam Moderator, Forrest Crummell is calling the question.
Okay, Forrest Crummell, join us.
You're muted, Forrest.
I call the previous question, please. Forrest Crummell, teaching elder, Great Rivers Presbytery.
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
Madam Moderator, there is a second.
All right, we'll take a vote on that. A vote on the motion to call the question. We have what? Okay, with 40 votes in, we'll close the vote. We have 38 in favor, calling the question, and 2 against. The majority rules. We will now go forward with the vote. So the motion on the floor is to move GAEC 30 with this comment. Please be advised that the Assembly that as the agencies adopt family medical leave policies that include 12 weeks of paid family leave, it will still be up to the corporate directors of those agencies and their legal counsel to determine whether doing so is lawful in their jurisdictions. Ready for the vote. Okay, with 42 votes in, we'll close the vote. We have 39 in favor of approving GAC 30 with comment, 3 votes in opposition. The majority rules and the vote carries. Thank you, everybody. So we're just going to take a 5-minute pause here, and then we'll go forward with the next 2 items of business.
Madam Moderator, it is 1:52.
Thank you for being my timekeeper. All right. It would appear that we only have 2 items of business left. GAEC-31 and 32. Okay, so a quick reading would seem like they're very close. And so we're just going to call in Melissa again to discuss what could be the process.
Hello, everyone. I am going to introduce and suggest a process, but this is your process to claim or reject. As I told the leadership, I have teenagers, so I'm very used to being told that no one cares what I think. So here is a suggestion for you, that we would go ahead and hear from both of the commissioners that are introducing items number 31 and 32, to hear both commissioners' resolutions together, that we would hear from the appropriate resource or staff people who would also address this and answer any questions that you might have. And then it would be appropriate for the body, if you would like, to go ahead and move GAEC 31. We can debate it, we can talk about it, you can vote on it, and then what you can do is make a motion that item number 32 was answered by 31. I'll let that sink in for just a second. If that's making sense, can you just do some head nods so I know you're awake? This makes sense. Okay. So we'll go ahead and begin with that process. And again, if at any point in time you'd like to do something else, you let your moderators know.
Okay. So we have a couple of people in the room that are going to be able to speak to 31. Bob. Bronkeman. And you have three to 5 minutes.
And you're muted.
We're good. All right,
Okay,
ready to go.
perfect. Thank you. I'm ready to go. Thank you. Thank you, moderator and commissioners. I appreciate just this opportunity to be able to present 31. Would love for you to look at the title. It's called On Maintaining the International Presence of Global Mission Personnel to Embody Our Christian Witness. I do want to be clear that this resolution addresses first and foremost the policy and culture of our current world mission strategy. And so that policy is more of a mutual mission and engaging with partner churches in the world. And that's already being done, as you know, for the kingdom of God in countries throughout the world. It's not a resolution to simply maintain mission personnel, but rather to ensure that our way of doing mission isn't forgotten throughout the whole unification process. So I'm speaking to you as someone who served and is currently serving in a local church as head of staff over 21 different years in 2 different churches, someone who served as a mission co-worker for close to 10 years, someone who served on co-opted staff of the Conference of European Churches. So I've kind of been in all of those different entities and locations and roles as well. And I've seen and noticed that it is impossible to maintain our current world mission witness without co-workers on the ground. You can ask any of your ecumenical advisory delegates, and they'll tell you the impact of what it means to have a co-worker, a PCUSA mission co-worker in country, and what a difference it makes in the pursuit of justice and evangelism and all the things that are really important to us as the Presbyterian Church. So, for example, in my time as a co-worker, we were able to help establish immigration centers along with our Waldensian partners in Naples, Italy. In Moscow, we were able to develop and build a medical center primarily for people of color who had been trafficked or were denied basic medical treatment at local hospitals. So all of this was done through the work of mission coworkers and the local church. This is your church. This is your people, and this is something that you were able to do. We were able to do together as the PCUSA. And without mission personnel on the ground, on location, then anything we would really have to offer would be kind of a throwback to the times when we thought we had the answers and we could provide them just with funds and some of our thoughts. So we don't want to see our current model eliminated, which would necessarily happen should coworkers no longer be on site. So if you look at the recommendations, it points to the Unification Commission to be reminded of the impact of this current model that we have. And I do want to thank them for their comments on this resolution, which lifts up the key work that they're doing, that they are thinking about it, and they are kind of pushing that forward. But I want you to look at the fourth bullet point, especially where you see a recommendation for the funding model development team not to get lost. I don't want you to lose that point where we're encouraging them to create modes of funding in this unification that emphasizes world mission, okay? And it doesn't allow world mission to get lost with other national agendas that could easily overwhelm it. We don't have to choose between one or the other, but sometimes one can be forgotten. So I'll remain on Zoom if there are any questions that the moderator might want me to answer, or again, I just really appreciate the honor of allowing me to address this committee. I'm in the medical committee, and I think we're still at work, so I took time out to come over here, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share with you all.
Thank you, Robert.
George Coleman.
Okay. We also have George Coleman, who is actually one of our own. George, would you like to also speak?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. If it would be okay with you in our committee, it'd be great if Dennis Smith could speak before me.
Yeah, Dennis Smith is not here right now.
He's not. Okay.
But we've got a few other people
Okay.
that can speak, George, if you're trying to reach Dennis.
I am. Thank you.
We'll come back to you.
Thank you.
All right, we have Catherine Cunningham and William White. So we'll hear from Catherine first. And she has 3 minutes.
Hello, committee members. I know it's
Can you
been
just
long.
identify yourself? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Catherine.
I'm Catherine Cunningham. I'm a teaching elder from Coastlands Presbytery. Commissioners and advisory delegates, I know it has been a long process. I've listened in to your careful deliberations, and I'm grateful for the kind of awareness about the importance of how the entities in the General Assembly coordinate with one another and what your vision for their future as we live into the unification model that is coming. I am also the co-moderator of the Southern Europe Partnership Network, and I have been the moderator of the Israel-Palestine Mission Network. In both of those capacities, I've had the great privilege to work very closely with area coordinators and with mission coworkers in Mexico, San Salvador, Spain, Portugal, Italy, and Palestine as well. In each of those locations, we have heard from Christians and civil society people on the ground that have a relationship with the PCUSA staff, how important their presence, their allyship, and their accompaniment has been to their work and ministry. When we were in Malaga, Spain 2 summers ago, the head of a migrant facility that was founded by Presbyterians in Spain and has been maintained in part by a relationship we have, a mission relationship, not only through our funding, but also through the guidance and presence of mission personnel. What we heard from them is that the care and the stories that come back, whether on a mission trip like one I've taken with a partnership network or other mission trips taken by Presbyterians, and the stories that are told when they are returned, bring them hope and encourage them that the Presbyterian Church USA is a faithful partner. As Bob Bronkema has said, what is being asked for in this Commissioner's resolution is maintaining both a collaborative and an integrative approach to mission personnel, which enables all over the globe for our presence, our allyship, our partnership to be lived and present. And as you can see from the language in the resolution, that is in evangelism, it is in justice, it is in immediate need. And in all of those cases, the face and hands and presence, and most of all, the expertise of our mission personnel have made critical differences in the lives and in the outcomes of those partnerships across the globe.
Thank you. Your time is up. And we'll hear from William White. Is William White here? And William, if you can just identify yourself.
Sure.
You're on now.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Will White, a member of Faith Presbyterian Church in Austin, Texas. I'm speaking in favor of item 31, and I also like item 32. For the past 25 years, I've traveled to Central America and Israel, Palestine, often with PCUSA mission coworkers. It's been a privilege to observe the significant impacts our coworkers make in the communities they serve. Today, I want to lift up the PCUSA partnership with SEDEPCA, a Guatemalan nonprofit working throughout Central America. Their motto is education that transforms. How does SEDEPCA benefit from having a mission coworker serve on their staff? Coworkers provide accompaniment for our partners, especially those in areas of conflict, and accompaniment of North American visitors doing mission trips. Coworkers learn the realities of their communities, of the communities they serve, and raise awareness of those realities by their writings, teaching, and preaching from their host countries and during their itineration visits. This work also provides vital support for our efforts to raise funds for our mission partners. I urge you to recommend approval of this Commissioner's resolution to the plenary, and thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator, Margaret Shannon requests to be recognized.
Okay, Margaret Shannon. Just need you, and that's Peggy Shannon. If you can remember to identify yourself.
Peggy Shannon, teaching elder, Washington Presbytery. I don't know about anybody else. Mr. White was very difficult to hear. I really didn't get the gist of what he was saying. And I didn't know how else to make that known.
All right, I'm sorry that you were not able to hear him.
I mean, I hope everybody else did.
I hope that they did too.
Yeah.
Okay, Spike, were you able to reach out to Dennis? I'm talking to George Coleman, who, sorry for that I know him by Spike, but George Coleman is the next person that we'd like to hear from if he is interested in speaking now.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And thank you for remembering that I go by Spike and not George. Now, only you all in the IRS know me as George. I am the teaching elder commissioner from the Charleston Atlantic Presbytery, where I have the privilege of serving as a local pastor and also as a crisis chaplain. Throughout my years as a pastor here, our congregation has hosted mission co-workers and mission partners from all over the world, including Dennis Smith. And through them, I've developed friendships with mission co-workers who serve all over the world, as well as mission partners in Central, South America, Africa, and Europe. And that has been a great blessing. As our church goes through significant changes and cultural shifts, having these friendships has provided conversation partners that have helped me to see my calling as a pastor through a different lens, and it has helped me in my discernment in ways that have been rich and valuable. And so I greatly value the work of our mission co-workers and urge us to affirm our commitment to them. Also, through our mission partners, the friendships that we have developed have been life-giving, and I could go way beyond 3 minutes telling you stories.
They're not going to let you.
Well, I hope that when we gather together that we can share some of those stories. And I encourage you to get to know some of our mission co-workers and mission partners who will be at the assembly. Promise you that will be rich and rewarding and a great blessing to you all. And I hope that you are already connected with them and supporting them through your gifts and your prayers and through your hospitality in welcoming them when they're here in the States. And if there are any questions, I would be happy to respond to those. And thank you for the time, Madam Moderator.
You're welcome. Do we have any questions?
Madam Moderator, there are no questions at this time.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Melissa.
All right, friends. Last chance, not quite, but almost. It would be appropriate at this time for someone to make a motion. And again, your options here are, back to my trusty binder, approve with amendment or comment, disapprove, refer. So someone will need to put that in, a motion to do one of those things and also to be recognized by your moderators. And this is for item 31 first.
Madam Moderator, Elizabeth Troyer has made a motion.
And get muted. Elizabeth Troyer?
This is what I do now. I make a motion to approve the overture as presented.
Is there a second to the motion?
Madam Moderator, there is a second.
Okay. Elizabeth, you can go forward with the motion. You know the routine. You could tell us, but you're muted. So we'll wait for Elizabeth Troyer to be unmuted.
There we go. I I approve this. I agree with this motion. I think it's an important thing that we are witnessing outside of our borders, especially when we're working towards equity and justice issues. Those don't exist just in our country, but around the world. So I think this is an important part of our mission.
Okay.
Madam Moderator, Ralph Klingon would like to speak in favor of the motion.
Can he do that?
Yes, Madam Moderator, he is a member of the committee and he can speak to a motion.
Okay, well, go ahead, Ralph.
We're gonna give him the opportunity.
How many minutes do we have for Ralph? Go ahead, Ralph.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Ralph Klingon, teaching elder commissioner from Utah. I am on the board of directors for the Eastern European Partnership Network, formerly known as the Belarus Ukraine Russian Mission Network. My congregation has been a partner in that partnership for close to 12 years. In that time, I had visited Russia 4 times, and this past year, Moldova and Romania. Every time in the company and being directed by mission coworkers Ellen and Al Smith. Ellen has since retired. Ellen is now carrying on themselves, who have been out of station in that part of the world since the fall of the Soviet Union. And in my journeys with them, have had firsthand opportunity to see the ways and lives that they have touched and used our resources and organization to support our partners who look toward them for guidance, support, care, and indeed have witnessed the personal love and care that is extended and united for us. Our Book of Order, F-101, speaks about God's mission in the world. First page, about who we are and what we are about. F-102 talks about that mission being into the world. I strongly support our continued world mission presence. Thank you.
Look at you, Ralph. Okay. Who else would like to speak?
Madam Moderator, Robin Jennings would like to speak in favor of the motion.
Okay, Robin Jennings.
I too feel as passionate as Ralph does about this topic. In our Presbytery of Redstone, we have a Sudan partnership, and the activity in that part of the world is heartbreaking, and to not be in support of our mission partners around the world would leave them in a most precarious position. I have been on mission trips within our country, and I know others in our church have been on mission trips to Guatemala, where we are the hands on the ground. And so our mission partners around the world wholeheartedly deserve our support.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers in the queue?
With no one else in the queue, Madam Moderator, the motion before us is to approve GAEC-31, Commissioner Resolution 08.
Okay, I think we're ready for the vote. So the motion is to approve GAEC-31 on maintaining the international presence of global mission personnel to embody our Christian witness. With 40 votes in, the voting can now be closed. This is a unanimous vote with 40 in favor of the motion. Now tell us what we need to do, Melissa.
Well, if the committee would like to end by doing something wild and crazy in terms of our parliamentary procedures here.
That's the way to go out.
That is the way to go out. Let us be decent and in order in our wild ways. Someone could make a motion that item GAEC-32 has been answered by GAEC-31. Our committee support also said we could just approve it. I said, yeah, but this is more fun.
We just want to be wild and crazy.
Thomas Lewis has made a motion.
Okay, Thomas Lewis. I don't recall that name.
Madam Moderator, I move that the previous action that we took on GAEC-31 answers GAEC-32.
All right, is there a second to that motion? Okay. Any discussion? Favor or against? Come on, don't be shy.
I think this is all the wild and crazy the committee can handle this afternoon.
Okay. Looks like we may end early today, folks. I'm waiting for Ralph to get everything together here. He thought we were done already. Got a little human error going on here because we know the technology is working. We're ready for the motion. Are we ready for the vote? Are we ready for the motion or the vote? We're ready for the vote.
We got the motion. We're ready for the vote.
And the motion is that the previous action on GAEC-31 answers GAEC-32. Did you vote, Ralph? All right, with 40 votes in, we will close the vote. And again, it's unanimous to approve GAEC-32 answered by GAEC-31. That's some handshaking going on, Tom, and showing your muscles and everything. So it would appear that we were almost done. But we don't want to end too early. Caitlin, we don't want you to feel as if we ignored you. You had a process question. Let's just hear what it was. And that's Caitlin Gartland.
Caitlin Gartland, teaching elder, Newcastle Presbytery. It was just like a clarification. It's sort of irrelevant now. Before we paused for lunch, it was sort of informally asked if we were ready to vote or breaking for lunch. And I guess the first person who spoke up kind of got their way on that. And I had submitted a question, and maybe I guess I'm wondering if the better option to get your attention would have been to put in the process request, because I was not ready to vote and had a question. So I guess just my own clarification in the future.
Okay, we're gonna switch to Melissa to respond to that. Sorry about that, Caitlin.
No problem.
Melissa?
Hi, Caitlin. It is one of those tricky things when the question gets called. It's one of those motions that is not debatable. We go right to voting whether or not the question is called. And once that question is called and the 2/3 of the body approves it, it means we have to go right to the vote. And so that's what happened today with lunch. I know there was a little bit of back and forth, I think kind of an open opportunity. Are we ready to vote on this or not? But once that question was called, that meant that the decision was up to the body whether or not to go right to a vote. And the body decided to go right to that vote. And that's what we did.
Thank you for that explanation, Melissa. Okay, friends, it's 2:23, but in Presbyterian style, we don't end right here. So I just want to thank you all for being fully engaged throughout the past 3 days. I hope that you all have safe travels, no missed flights or anything like that, or delayed flights on your way in. And we're going to close with worship. And our girl Rachel has it all worked out.
Well, it's very simple. Lori, if you are ready with a closing prayer, we'll offer that. And then each of our staff members or your committee staff will offer a very short benediction for your continued work.
Wait. You're still muted. You were halfway through that prayer, Lori. Hold on. Okay.
Sorry, y'all missed it. No. No, let us pray. Oh God, in whom we live and move and have our being, we've made a lot of motions. A lot of moving things have been said and listened to. We've learned so much. We've worked hard. I thank you for the leadership. I thank you for the good listening and the good work that we have done, giving it to you, asking for you to lead us forward from this point. Thank you for every single person in this committee and for all those who have joined us to speak their minds and their hearts as we seek to be your people for a time such as this. So we ask for your blessing upon the work that we have done and the travels ahead and the work that awaits us as we convene all together in Utah. And now I invite you to open your eyes, and I wanted to offer this blessing, which involves our hands. Some of you might know it. I will say a phrase, and then you can say it and do the gesture as well. So it goes like this: May love and strength be in our hands. May love and strength be in our hands. May love and courage be in our hearts. May love and courage be in our hearts. May love and wisdom be in our minds. May love and wisdom be in our minds. And may God be with us in the work before us, behind us, and ahead of us. May God be with us in the work before us, behind us, and ahead of us. Amen.
Amen. May we live into hope through our knowledge and appreciation of the value that each of us brings to the 226th General Assembly.
I'm back. May we live into hope as we bring our love, peace, and joy that binds us to one and to each other in the love of Christ.
May we live into hope, being the voice for good in the world.
May we live into hope as children created by a wildly imaginative God.
May we live into hope with the spirit-filled, energetic, amazing people around you with whom we have worked these past few days and in all areas of our lives.
May we live into hope as children of the promise of our one loving and living God.
May we live into hope as we listen to where God is leading us.
Amen.
Amen.
So I know I told you that we were all going to get together and we haven't worked that out yet. So continue to check my GA with the message